Random show. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Big up the chat. Random show, we're back again. It's been a while, I know it has. Apologies for the flipping radio silence on my end of things. But we're back and ready to roll. So if you're ready to stream and to laugh at Brendan, let's fucking go. Make sure if you're enjoying the show, you smash the likes in there. Big up everybody in the stream chat right now. I appreciate every single one of you hanging in there with me right now. We're gonna have a blast. We're gonna have some fun. Let's fucking go, guys and girls. Yeah. Yeah. This is Plantation FM, coming at you live and direct from London. Plantation FM. BLM, let's stand up. Free all my slaves, them. Break your chains. Run away from your masters. Burn them. Push them off a bridge. Plantation music. No more corn picking tonight. We back, babies. We are back. We are back. Welcome to the Random Show, episode number 2. I don't know, 124, one of them episodes. Who knows what episode number it is? Doesn't really matter what number it is. We're back live and direct, ready to pod, ready to stream, ready to have some fun, ready to enjoy, ready to thingy, ready to wingy, all this malarkey. We're standing up in solidarity with my fucking French brothers and sisters out there, okay? Je me parle Agostinho Zinga. You know how the vibe is, right? We're standing in solidarity while France burns. We dance, we celebrate, we have a good time. You know what I mean? That's what we do, because the best way to combat racism, the best way to combat police brutality is to storm a Lidl, steal all the confectionaries. It's to storm an Apple, steal all the iPhones that are probably going to get bricked after you use them. That's what is the best way to counteract police brutality that affects, you know, disproportionately black and brown people. You steal shit, you burn shit on fire, and you just cause a riot. That's the way to change, all right? And I'm for it. I'm fucking for it. But yeah, big up the stream chat. Big up everybody here. Happy to have you here. Honestly, really been a mad one. I've been away for a while because I've had some really bad hay fever, unfortunately. My allergies have really kicked my ass. And if you don't know, in the UK, in London specifically, it's been the hottest it's ever been in a while here. And I think in July, actually, it's going to be 14 days of the hottest temperatures has ever been in London for a very long time, which I'm dreading. And the high pollen count has been kicking my ass. I've been fucking resigned to my bed. I've been in and out of consciousness. It's been really hard to legitimately get up and actually function as an adult. And if you know anything about me, you know I don't like being sick. I don't like wallowing. I don't like complaining. So I just thought, you know what? I'm just going to stay off the internet. I'm going to stay off streaming. And then when I recover, I'll be ready to go. I'm kind of getting on the mend now. I'm about 70% loaded and shit. But be easy with me. Be calm with me. If I say some redacted things, if I mispronounce some things, if I get some facts wrong, if some of my jokes don't land, it's not because I'm not funny. It's because of the hay fever, okay? That's what's happening right now. So please be patient with me. Please take your time because I'm literally on the mend. I've just about recovered. I look like a freak already with my hair looking all crazy. So clearly you can see things have been a bit weird on my side of things, but hopefully we can get it back where it needs to be with a good bit of streaming and some good live vibes on this side of town. But yeah, big up everybody in the stream chat. Appreciate all of you here hanging in there and having a good time. We're going to have a good time hopefully on the stream. Loads of things to talk about, loads of things to catch up on. I don't want to really waste too much of your time. So we're going to dive right into it. I haven't seen this episode just yet, but this is courtesy of the account Elephant Graveyard, which I already said to you before, deserves way more fucking subscriptions than they already have. Please subscribe to Elephant Graveyard. They're flipping fantastic. They've got a new video called This Is a Sad Thing, the Desolation of SCHAUB. A few people sent this to me via the DM, so big up all of you who sent this to me. We're going to check this out. Actually, should I move this? Oh, why is this camera always weird? Boy, bear with me 1 second whilst I make sure this camera isn't doing madness to me right now. This one's always a weird one for some reason. Let's just move it there, and then move this one over here. See if that works. No, that works, right? Is that better? Yeah, that's better. Cool. So a little bit centered there. So let's watch this and see what I'll go on for this one. The Desolation of SCHAUB, courtesy of Elephant Graveyard. We've got loads of other things to kind of get through. Let's start with this first. Oh, what's that? No, sorry. I saw a question. Oh, actually, whoops. Let me get a chat up on here. I saw a question here. P09 Bala says, what did you think about Mount to Man United? I talked about it on my main podcast, the X and Zinger Show, which should be out soon. So check out for my full recap there. But to give you an overview, I'm not happy with it in the slightest. I'm one of the rare fans out here who thinks that our lack of structure, our lack of actual good owners, our lack of overall, stringent sporting vision is why we're at where we're at. I don't think our fortunes are going to be changed with signing. So if it's up to me as a United fan, I would say I wouldn't want any players sold and I wouldn't want any players signed until the sale and takeover has been concluded. I don't care who buys the club, Sir Jim Ratcliffe or the Sheikh Jassim. Obviously, I'd prefer Sheikh Jassim because it's a 100% purchase. But personally, I don't see any point in buying players until the takeover and sale has been concluded, because essentially you're signing a player under one regime and another regime is going to come in who might have different ideas. They might even have a new manager in place. Who knows what's going to happen? So you're going to be, leaving them with players that they don't necessarily want. And there's one thing we know about United: we find it very difficult to sell players anyway, especially English players. We can't seem to get any good money out of them. So I think signing Mount is a mistake. Number two, I don't necessarily rate him. I think his best years for me personally have gone. I think the 2021 Mason Mount is not the same player that he is now. I don't think he's a big upgrade from Christian Eriksen. And I also think his best attributes are off the ball, which is running. And I don't want runners. I want players that are technically proficient on the ball. That's what we're going to get to challenging the likes of Man City and all the best clubs in Europe, by having technically professional football players. We're not going to get there by having people that can smash the bleep test. So I'm not a fan of that in the slightest or whatsoever. And obviously I think we overpaid for him. 60 million for Mason Mount is too much. At most, he's a 40 million pound player, even with English tax, and paying him 220,000 a week is insane bits of money. He's not going to get that anywhere else, any other club in the world. So as per usual, our negotiating team don't know what they're doing. We overpaid for him. We don't need him, and we should really concentrate on the sale of the club mostly. But I'll talk about that on my main show, the X and Zinger Show. You can check that out on my channel when that gets uploaded. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Is there such thing as insanity among penguins?
Could they just go crazy because they've had enough of their colony?
Well, I've never seen a penguin bashing its head against a rock. They do get disoriented. They end up in places they shouldn't be.
Now that we know what we're doing and know what I'm looking at, I could see, I would start to figure out, I was like, oh, this person sold tickets because they're famous. You can end up being like, well, if I'm known enough, you can get away with it.
Honestly, he really didn't take enough. He didn't take, exploit it. What's the right way to say? He didn't make the most out of this opportunity. The whole Showtime thing. Look how he came out, bruh. Look at how he came out. Look at that stage. SCHUAB, all lit up. The LEDs, the massive theatre. Has he ever performed in a place this big ever since, filming You'd Be Surprised in First Place? I don't think so. He really did take this for granted, man. He legitimately took that shit for granted. He should have made more out of it.
End up being like, well, if I'm known enough, you can get away with it. When I see a celebrity comic pop in, I'm like, you're gonna eat shit on this show, and they do. You realize that you can't.
And it's also funny too, because if you remember around that sort of time when Brendan was filming You'd Be Surprised, he was really, really stressing about his outfit. saying that he's been planning it for months in advance. And this was when he was trying to cosplay as this guy who was into fashion, into clothes, when, you know, he just looks like a teenager, really. He's not really into fashion, really, in a wider scheme of things. He doesn't really wear anything interesting outside of his trainers, really. But he was stressing about his outfit, allegedly, for the show. And he just turned up in like a shiny jacket, skinny jeans, and Jordans. All of that fucking hype, all of that build up, and he just showed up like how he usually dresses up anyway. So it was like, what was the big fashion statement thing he was meant to make? No suit, he didn't wear a kilt, like nothing, just like a regular bomber jacket, black t-shirt, black jeans and trainers. Don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with his outfit, you know, technically, but it's just funny that he made such a big deal out of it and he turns up in some regular Tom Segura type of outfit.
And end up like
Even
that.
at the comedy store, you'll see them, they'll pop in.
Like, that's a look. Sorry, I keep pausing. I know.
You can end up like
Even
that.
at the comedy
That he thought he arrived, man. And again, I don't actually like. I'm one of the only people who don't mind this, like, because I know the talents and the ability that I have, right? So I'm kind of certain in my head, which is really bizarre, but I'm certain in my head that I'm a really good DJ, like really, really good at what I do. But I also know I'm a nobody. No one fucking knows who I am. No one gives a fuck about me. Cool, no worries. But I'm also dead cert. If you gave me the opportunity to play at some of these big clubs in the world, I wouldn't embarrass myself. I'd show up and I'd show up and turn up. Like I'd impress people. I'd be like, oh shit, I belong here, right? It would sound like I should be here, and I'd maybe build up from that platform. So I think that's what Brendan should have done. It's all well and good faking it till you make it, but when you get your chance, you need to fucking run with it. You shouldn't just like fake it till you make it, think you've arrived. Because that's the face of somebody who thinks they've arrived. He already thought the hard work was done. Now just sit back and collect all the dollars. You know, that's what he basically did. That's why he fucked up.
store, you'll see them, they'll
And also not being funny.
pop in.
Yeah.
And they're sandwiched between real comics. You're like, oh.
So I would always try to go like, am I writing better material?
Correct.
Yeah.
Am I scoring enough touchdowns to win games? Are they laughing? Am I selling tickets?
The difference in the background between that, You'd Be Surprised and Gringo Pappy is hilarious.
You can choose to be as delusional as you want to be. And we see right in front of us the delusional people.
What do you guys think of that podcast? Do you think Tom Segura was talking about Brendan to Brendan without him realizing? Or do you think that caricature, that person who's describing, that avatar, that archetype, is something that you can maybe ascribe to a lot of people in the comedy industry? I think the latter. I think many people can fit that description of Brendan Shaw, because I think because comedy is it's like DJing. It's the lowest barrier of entry. DJing, as much as I think I'm amazing, I don't deny it's the lowest barrier of entry to get into the music industry. So if you have no talent, if you can't rap, if you can't sing, if you can't write music, if you can't play an instrument, the nearest way to kind of being on a stage and being in front of people and performing is to be a DJ. So because of that, there's a lot of people that are shit. So I think the same happens in stand-up. If you can't act and you can't read lines and you can't write, maybe stand-up is the nearest you're going to get to be like a star on stage by yourself. So I think that description that Tom was throwing out there, even though it was a bit of a troll, I think it can fit loads of people. It's not just a Brendan thing, personally. And I think at that time, Brendan was also in the good graces of Joe. I don't think Tom would want to purposely piss him off.
Hit it.
Sounds very glamorous and like aspirational to say things like, I'm gonna bet on myself to win. But the reality is, man, that's a lonely road. That's a difficult road. And that's a road that is not supposed to work.
And the funny thing about this thing that Luke Thomas saying of betting yourself that Brendan said, it's okay to bet on yourself. Yeah? Sometimes you need to if you don't have enough opportunities. But Brendan has never been a bet on yourself type of person. His whole career has been co-signed, introductions, recommendations. Like that's kind of been one of the hallmarks of his success. The ability to network, use his contacts to kind of get him further in his career than maybe his talent deserves him to be. So to suddenly then turn around and pretend, no, I'm the bet on myself type of guy, I'm going to try to get out from the mud. We know the truth. We'd be like, you're just doing that because no one wants to work with you anymore. You know, now you're doing it. Now you're pretending to be like the working from the bottom, coming up, doing on my own because there's no other option.
Why do you bet on yourself? You bet on yourself because other people don't. People
Exactly.
who bet on themselves more often than not fall flat on their face. It's a really lonely, difficult path to walk, and he walked it, and he ended up here.
What up, guys? It's your favorite bee sting and the Rat King. The wait is...
Oh shit, I've got to put a chat there. Guys, you should have told me to put a chat on the screen. Good point here by sorry, I've got to put the chat on the screen. Good point here by Young Old Vibes. I never thought about that actually. Young Old Vibes says most comics just started making money with podcasting and they don't know how to handle it, so they come off as arrogant psychos. I definitely agree. I think a lot of comics, a lot of those guys weren't selling tickets before podcasting came around, and then suddenly they all found an avenue to promote themselves and to sell tickets, you know, to promote themselves, the comedy, and to sell tickets naturally, right? And if you're a real comic, no matter how much money you make from stand-up, what you really love is to go on tour, be able to smash underage girls, cheat on your wife or your husband, eat loads of fucking chicken fingers, and live that kind of life. You know what I mean, that's what you really like. So you use this podcasting as a way to kind of funnel that sort of thing. So it's no surprise that they're all going a bit loopy. But sometimes I have sympathy for those guys, because I feel like it must be difficult also for these guys you're suddenly famous when you're like in your mid 50s or like late 40s and stuff. It must be difficult to kind of handle from going to be like a nobody to suddenly people giving a shit about you. You know, like it can be difficult to kind of figure that out. It's difficult enough when you're a teenager. Imagine when you're a grown-up adult, you've got a regular job, no one cared about you, you were getting 10 plays on your specials, and now suddenly people are caring about you. You've got fucking HelloFresh, you know, ads coming out of your ass, 100,000 views on your podcast, money coming in by the wazoo. Like, I get why they go a bit crazy. Anyway, let me stop pausing this stuff too much. I'm really doing the worst reactions in the world. Let me let it play a bit more.
Nearly over the podcast like you guys have never seen before that you're going to help create. Break it down for him, Theo.
I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King and the Sting. And,
sorry, Brandon.
You know, grateful to you, Brendan, man. Appreciate it. You should start doing cocaine.
We stay on the show if I do? I don't want to do it alone. It's fucking lonely. It's lonely.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, you know. I feel sad about it, you know. That shit with Brendan, though, was fucking crazy. That whole thing was just fucking absolutely retarded.
So special, man.
Yeah.
Theo's so special.
It is very
and you just know it.
Yeah.
You just know it, man. With Theo, it's like he's the LeBron James of comedy. He's so creative. I'm just that shitty coach on the side trying to manage this ball game. Not to fuck it up, man.
For old times, we should have done this in the middle of the show, but for old times, we maybe want to eat a hot chip.
I don't want that.
I mean, I'm down.
I don't want that.
I don't want to do it alone. It's fucking lonely.
It's lonely. It's fucking lonely and a bore.
Between the whiskey, the network, stand-up, the merch, branding deals, it's like I'm tired, man. I'm sick of dealing with myself. I do everything myself. I'm tired. Tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. And then, you know, Theo's doing his thing. So, you know, we're figuring it out.
Turn camera. 1, 2, take 1. Come over that. Action, please.
This is really good. I don't know who this person is. Maybe you can educate me in the chat. But I love this, how they kind of mirror each other in this scene. Whether this person's on the right hand side, this old footage. This is pretty cool, man. Eric C, go fuck yourself.
Just do anything.
Fosters. Yeah,
Oh, it's Orson Welles, is it? Okay, cool. It's such a good scene, how they've made it mirror each other. You know?
Fosters. Fights coming up. You got big UFC pay-per-views. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Listen, I'm not great at trucking and stuff like that. I've actually have a small throat, despite the rumors. Ready? Here we go. Dude, Theo's not here today. I mean, it's one legit.
This may be one of the saddest things, you know, this shoey he was doing with a 3D printed shoey on set alone in front of Chin by himself with no friends. part of the fun of a shoey is that you're kind of doing it around people, right? You maybe take someone else's shoe, a friend's shoe, a stranger's shoe, but you're kind of like in a group environment, kind of like doing beer pong, right? Not, you don't want to play beer pong on your own. You want to play in a group environment. And the fact that he's doing it by himself like this is so sad, man.
Concerned because yesterday, you know, when I do my shows, I drink. He's like, dude, I know we joke around about intervention, stuff like that.
California champagne.
But for you to drink on most of the shows, it's concerning.
That's amazing. Look at the. I know you can't see it here, but I'm gonna quickly zoom in and lift it up. Look at that. Redacted by Los Angeles Police Department. Case number. Active investigation over Crystalia's face is fucking incredible. I love it. We got the Elephant Graveyard. You smashed it.
Because I've been there, man. You're drinking to get through.
Also, someone needs to tell Brendan to stop doing his face. This face is really unflattering. It makes him look awful, man.
It's concerning.
This face he does that. He always does this on like thumbnails and shit. Like, what is this face he loves to pull? This like, it's not funny, not comedic. It just makes him look like a fucking melted candle or something. It's awful, man. It kind of looks like his Botox is failing. I don't know what it is, but whoever, if you know Brendan and you're friends with him, please tell him to stop pulling his face. It's not funny. It doesn't make him look cute. And if anything, it makes him look horrendous.
Because I've been there, man. You're drinking to get through it because you hate it. I was like, oh no. Not a buzz.
You're drinking whiskey?
Are you drinking? I'm doing better than that. You have alcoholism. Oh, no.
Now we're in serious business here. This is really something. This, you see, though, can be an awful problem. Let's suppose that you have some difficult and distressing habit, like drinking too much. Once you've become the victim of this...
But to be fair to him, though, in recent years or recent weeks, maybe he's doing it off stream or off network, but I don't think so, because I think his face has thinned out a little bit, because I think alcohol does that. When you stop drinking booze for a while, even a short period, your face usually thins out quite a bit. I think Brendan stopped drinking as much. Maybe I'm being a bit too charitable, but I think he hasn't drunk as much as I've seen him before. He's been a little bit more well-behaved in that regard. He's still obviously smashing those terrible rain energy drinks that's just full of sugar, but he's definitely not pounding as much whiskey as he was beforehand.
This habit. It's an extraordinarily difficult thing to get rid of it. And it requires intense willpower. So that kills you right off. You're a dead duck from then on.
Ever took opiate?
Drinking whiskey. It's 1 p.m. Monday. That's how we're doing. What's up with this whiskey, man?
You want some?
Come on, we gotta come on. That's why I'm here,
When
man.
people start drinking in the morning, you know they're off the rails.
That's what
I got a friend who's drinking in the mornings now.
You want some?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say hate, but just my kind of like unpopular opinion, as I think if I'm Joe Rogan's friend and he keeps doing this type of shit, it would annoy me, where he kind of talks about you on his podcast without mentioning your name and hoping you kind of hear it. Like, I wouldn't be a fan of that. If I'm your friend, like, tell me directly. If I don't listen, then fair enough, you're gonna get through to me, cool. But I feel like he does this a lot with a lot of people. He kind of does this kind of like, I'm not gonna mention the name of the person, but if you know who you probably figure out it's you he's talking about. He does it a lot with people on his show.
It's 12 on a Monday. Scotch on the table.
You don't get how many families are destroyed, how many fucking jobs are lost because of alcohol. Like,
That's a weird point to make. Like, look how many families are fine.
His face looks weathered. He looks 20 years older. He's just deteriorating right in front of our eyes. Drinks to the point that he is hallucinating and thinks that he sees people attacking.
How many people drink are fine? The majority?
I'm genuinely worried.
Really?
When he gets mad, he gets more aggressive.
What are you gonna do, dude?
In Hindu or Buddhist terms, liberation is getting out of the toils of karma. It's like this. During your many past lives, you've done all kinds of deeds, good and bad, and you are reaping the consequences of these deeds today.
I had a roommate who goes, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm like, that's not an option, man. Loogie right in his face. Grabbed him by his sweatshirt, threw him through our glass door, shattered our glass door. Katie and Ida, who got Gary Barnett fired, she liked the way the dick tastes. Know the mental health shit. Hear that story one more time and slip my fucking wrist.
Whiskey on his lap.
Your fiance passed away. Yeah? Thought something one time?
All this stuff is just happening in the last year or so, isn't it? So much shit has happened, bro. He's like a magnet for drama and just nonsense, isn't it, Brendan? Fucking hell, brother.
I ain't a journalist.
The guy's
what do you mean I'm
dying
jumping
of
in?
alcoholism, and you're complaining about the shape of his ice?
You've ruined this human being's livelihood, you fucking pieces of shit.
That's right.
You've ruined him.
That's right.
This delicate human being.
They don't care.
Brendan Schaub. I hate the name of his whiskey.
Headlining the Moon Tower.
This legitimately was my favorite arc of Brendan Schaub, when he's just lied without any encouragement about headlining the Moon Tower Comedy Festival. It flipping made me die with laughter. I couldn't believe it. Because in my opinion, the fact that he got booked in the first place to perform there amongst the hundreds of thousands of people performing was a good thing. The fact that he was booked alongside Sarah Silverman, who's on here, David Spade, Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, Big J Okerson, Dan Soda, Mark Newman, like that should be a win in itself. The fact that he's on the same lineup as his people is a win. But he couldn't, that wasn't enough. So he took the advantage because I think he was one of the first people to be announced. They had his name in big bold and high up on the list. He just then, ran with the idea that he was headlining. It's like, bruh, you're not headlining. Why are you lying? And then eventually he ended up completely cancelling because I think, he just got, cold feet. Or if I'm not mistaken, the story goes, he didn't sell enough tickets at his particular little bit. So they basically cancelled it. And then he didn't turn up. Or maybe the ticket sales were too low. He didn't want to be embarrassed in front of his peers. And he just didn't show up. But this was the funniest period ever because it was such an unnecessary lie. And in the end, he doesn't show up. Typical.
I was in Chicago one night, only Den Theater.
There's too much head injuries.
Moon Tower Comedy
It's the
Festival.
worst fucking name ever.
They don't care. They don't.
Oh no, they're laughing about it.
You're not a human being.
They're laughing about
It's
it.
a bad name.
What's the name?
Tiger Thick.
Just come up with a better name.
It's embarrassed to tell people what it is.
Austin, Texas, we changed venues, and you've ruined this fucking guy's career.
I mean, he might not have the best stand-up, but
I don't think I'm at that level where I can go to Louis C.K. or Andrew. I think you are. I really do. Ticket sales last night, I bet they're different. But Tom, this is what's weird. If I don't see my kids, I can't do the show, dude.
Look at the post when he cancelled it. Cancelled. Sorry, Austin. I'll be announcing a full week and ASAP for 2022. I won't be able to make it this Saturday. So allegedly, it was like a kids thing. He got homesick and didn't want to leave his kids. When we all know, he's joked about it before, which has been ha ha he not funny, not so funny. Where he said, hey, sometimes he'd booked tours weeks or months in advance to get away from the family, which I don't think is that uncommon. I think a lot of stand-up comedians do it. Naturally, a lot of these guys hate their partners, wives and girlfriends and shit. Cool, it is what it is. It's annoying, it's upsetting, it's sad to see and whatever it may be, but it is what it is. So I don't think it's unique in that respect. But then to suddenly turn around and pretend like you are somehow attached to the hip of your kids and you just can't be away from them and da-da-da-da. Bruh, you perform on Sundays. You know what I mean? Like you run away on tour as soon as possible when need be. And all of a sudden it's like, I can't be away from my kids. Hand on chest, I'm being honest. Hand on chest, I'm being honest.
It's official. I had to cancel my theater show in Chicago. My show this Friday has been...
He cancels so often. And the thing is better as well. I think for the Friday Kids subreddit people, no one actually cares that he cancels, right? Because, selling tickets is difficult. We all know it. If you've ever organized an event for your friends, you try to get your friends to come out to dinner, you try to organize a little party, you know how hard it is to get people out of the house, let alone to get people to buy tickets with their hard-earned money. It's hard. It's difficult. We know this. Everyone doesn't sell tickets. Only a small, select group of comedians can actually sell out consistently. Cool, whatever. But he actually wears his pride or brags about being such a big deal, pretends he's such a big deal, then takes the piss out of other people who don't sell and mocks them in some way. And then he's also the person that cancels more often than others, always cancelling. And most likely, you would imagine his reasonings for cancelling are probably worse than others because it's quite clearly a case of him just not coming close to selling amount of tickets that would make the event make sense. That's what happened most likely with his UK Euro tour. You've booked these massive theatres, and these theatres probably just their running costs require you to sell a certain amount. Maybe it's 1,000 tickets, and he couldn't even sell 500 in some venues. So of course they had to cancel them, which is probably more embarrassing. Then probably just crawling over the line of 1,000. You can't even get close to 1,000, and you have to cancel it. So if he was just a bit more humble and didn't brag so much about ticket sales or make it to be so much part of his main identity, no one would really be ragging on him about it, because I think loads of comics don't sell tickets. As somebody else made a comment on here before, I don't think most of these stand-ups sold tickets before they did podcasts anyway. They were all struggling. So he's not unique in that bit, but he just needs to be a bit more humble.
Canceled. You have winter advisory, you got Omicron, you have school shut down. I had to reschedule my San Francisco dates because they recalled the district attorney.
Oh my God. Imagine using the excuse that they're recalling the district attorney as reason why you can't Brendan Shaw perform in San Francisco. It's fucking obscene. Fair enough if Dave Chappelle said it because they're protesting outside of his show because of his trans jokes and stuff. Fair. But Brendan Shaw, of all people, come on, the DA.
Yeah, so it's a blessing that Moon Tower didn't work out because now I can stay home.
And here he's heading off into the interior of the...
Yeah, Natashki, yeah, for sure. I think he could do a Euro tour in clubs. I said it before. No, sorry, not Natashki. I think Josie said it. I said it before. I think if Brendan did the Euro tour in like 500 cap clubs, the novelty of Brendan coming over as an American, as somebody associated with Joe Rogan and all that stuff and UFC MMA, he could easily sell 500 tickets, for sure, in my opinion. Because I think one of the dates in Scotland, actually, he sold about 400. But then if you look at the numbers really and you investigate them, you'll see there was a lot of people there saying, I think on a subreddit, that a lot of those tickets were purchased by scalpers. Allegedly, that's what happens when somebody big, or quote unquote somebody well known from America, comes over in the UK or whatever, books a date. A lot of ticket scalpers, resellers will buy a bunch first and then resell them later. So a lot of the early ticket sales aren't really reflective of how many actual people are buying it, which is quite, deceptive. But I still think if he did club tours in the UK, he could sell out some venues, especially if he did if he just did like, one date in, one date in Ireland, one date in Glasgow, one date in Manchester, one day in London, he would smash it personally in that respect. But again, it would require planning, a bit of humility to kind of go down to that level. Would it make sense financially to fly all those hours over here to play at 500 cap venues? I'm not too sure.
Vast continent.
I heard this thing today, and Pat Miletich was saying we told Hamzat not to make weight because we weren't selling tickets.
It was agreed to way before that he was going to come in at 180 pounds, I think.
You know how fucking stupid you have to be to even think something like that?
I just think it wasn't trending well. They had this plan B.
This is a good setup from Dana. He knew all along that it was Brendan, but he set it up so perfectly, man. Dana's a piece of shit. And I don't like the guy, and he's, I think, demonstrably a bad thing for the UFC. In the moment he leaves, it'll be better for everybody, especially when it comes to fighter pay and all that stuff, whatever, cool. But he really played Brendan expertly here. He knew exactly who he was talking about.
I'm not pulling this out of my ass.
He has to be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet.
With 5,000 kilometers ahead of him, he's heading towards certain death.
I believe that was Brendan Shaw who said that.
Oh, it wasn't Pat Miletich?
I think so.
I apologize to Pat Miletich then. That makes sense.
One of the greatest mic drops of all time. That makes sense. And that then that made Brendan write a whole fucking novel on his Instagram account, a massive caption trying to get back at him, like, fucking excellent. That makes sense. That's all it took.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it's all about.
That's a great commercial.
To be fair, I think that's the best way to hurt somebody. If you really dislike, because I think Brendan's still got a bit of a hate burner for Dana, but if you really dislike somebody and you're both public figures, refusing to mention their name, right, or to actually directly acknowledge them is going to really hurt them way more than going back and forth. Because since Brendan, I think he won first. Brendan definitely was up 1-0 when he kind of called him Eskimo brothers and shit, right? He did him well there. But ever since then, I think Dana's won a lot of their exchanges simply for just not responding or responding that way, I think that works really well.
Isn't that great?
I love it.
Mark Zuckerberg, let me ask this. Name 10 UFC fighters. You can't. There's only one former UFC fighter headlining comedy shows, selling out theaters and clubs. It's me. You're not go after a guy who's not doing well. You're not go after a guy who can't sell tickets. Thanks, dude. I'm tying on the right track. I think comedy think of me.
Look, Brendan's my boy, but he needs a handler.
Brendan needs a handler. Do I don't need a handler. These guys need a handler. rich, privileged fucks. Come here, let me talk to you. I need a handler. They need a handler. What the fuck?
Come on, Brendan. You gotta come harder as a comedian. I need a headline. They come on.
You put a pair of designer jeans and some hip sneakers and think you're cool. You're still a dork with a frat bro vocabulary. Calling me and numerous people dummy, dumbass, fucking idiot. You need a reality check. You're surrounded by yes men. You're not special. You're not original. Every move you make is a copycat of you're both on steroids and dressed like assholes. Need I remind you, your origin story is a failed cardio kickboxing instructor who had 2 rich friends in high school to fund his business. Now go make a cool video, stay relevant. Dummy. P.S. Quit stealing my shows on Big Boy Network and recreating them, okay?
Oh my God, listen.
We shit.
I mean, what is all that about?
Yeah, that was brilliant. As per usual, that was fucking brilliant. Big up Elephant Graveyard. Honestly, one of my favorites. Go check them out. They need way more subs than they already have. Like, subscribe, click, all that good stuff, because I'm a big fan of what they do, man. This is the sad thing. The Desolation of SCHAUB. Please do check it out. Absolutely amazing, amazing channel. That was fucking fantastic. Big up them. Big up them. But yeah, let's move on from that one. Let's just run through some new things. Actually.
Oh, did you see?
Let's run to new things actually just dropped.
I saw you
whoa, carefully
doing it on. Oh, did you see?
Anyway, courtesy of the Fighting the Kid sub. Big up those guys. Let's run through some quick clips here that I've just seen before we go into the other stuff. This is a new one. What to say? This is Papa gives his brilliant review of why the new Flash movie didn't go well, and then give some praise to the Eric's solo podcast. I love how they spell Eric. Eric, how he pronounces it is fucking hilarious. Anyway, let's hear Brendan try to explain why the Flash isn't doing well. Most of you who, you know, are into flipping pop culture, current culture, entertainment news, TV news, you probably know why the Flash didn't do well, right? You probably know why, because of Ezra Miller, because it's been reshot a bunch of times, different writers, blah blah blah, and you know why. And there's some, there's a bit of superhero fatigue going on in the industry. You would know why it's not doing well. But let's see what Brendan's interpretation as to why the Flash has flopped in the box office.
Oh, did you see? I saw you were doing it on Riffing with Griffin. Did you break down Flash?
I'm doing it tomorrow.
Because it's eating dick at the box office. You know why?
It is?
Oh, you know why? Because it's Flash.
Wait, hold
and
on.
Only gay kids were into Flash as a kid.
Hold on.
Is this his attempt to be like edgy? Like how he says like soy boys and what else did he say? He would like suggest that he's right wing but not really lean into it. Suggest that he might be Republican, not really into. Is that his thing to be like edgy by saying things were gay and stuff? So the Flash wasn't successful because it's not what? Because the Flash isn't Spider-Man. That's ridiculous. If you know anything about superheroes in that universe, you know how popular the Flash is. If anything, they've done bad by the Flash because the Flash is one of the most popular, endearing characters and has a really interesting character and story arc. If you actually read the source materials and the comics, you'll know the story is incredibly interesting. And if they actually had somebody competent to write a pretty decent script, you could have a pretty decent movie there. But obviously, when you have someone toxic as Ezra Miller included in there, it kind of muddies the waters a little bit. So that's probably why, but not because it's gay. Like, what is this reasoning?
Hold on, Flash is bombing?
Oh.
Really?
Oh.
Let's see. Really?
Well, because it's Flash, right?
Yeah, but
that's
it's
not the reason.
No,
it is.
That's not the reason. Because
who was in
nobody
the Flash?
I love this, right? This is one thing I also think is something that is a key to his success, and I think more people need it. More people need, I don't know, but I think I probably need a dose of this. The ability to be certain of what you say, even when you don't know what you're talking about. You know? Like, he has the ability to do that. Like, he has no idea why the Flash is doing poorly in the box office, has no understanding of DC or Marvel Universe when it comes to their superheroes and their characters, nothing whatsoever, has no extra knowledge on who's playing who in the movie and what the casting or whatever could have affected the box office, none of that stuff, no idea, but is certain that his point is right. There's something powerful about that, the ability to just be confident in your absolute nonsense.
knew about Guardians of the Galaxy till it came out.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Am I right, Eric?
Hold on. Oh wow! I didn't think it was gonna.
Let me tell you.
Wow.
What I don't appreciate, and I'm
There we go. Basically, it said it. Hold on. Did he admit he was wrong? No. It says it right there on the screen on the Google when they googled it. That hey, big up Austin Casey. Appreciate the $10, brother.
One time on Rogan, Brenda said that he did a shoey on High Podcast. Is that the shoey he was talking about? The 3D printed one?
Yes, Austin Casey. That's the one. That's the one that made me sad. That 3D printed shoey that he did was definitely the one he spoke to Rogan about for sure. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000,000%. That was the same one that he did. It was really, really sad, to be fair. It was like a 3D. I'm sure it was like some sort of thing someone made, like some startup or some company made to kind of, jump on a bandwagon of shoeys. But still, you need to do that amongst friends. Like I said, it's like playing beer pong on your own. It's incredibly sad, but whatever. Big up Austin Casey. I appreciate you for $10, my friend. But yeah, look at the screenshot here. It already says the reason why the Flash didn't do well. In this little Google search thing, it says Ezra Miller's Flash completely collapsed at the box office with an enormous 72% drop. Right, it's got Ezra Miller's name in it. You can see some titles here. Right, it's kind of giving an inkling as to why it didn't do well. Ezra Miller. Yes, big up Big Terry. Appreciate you.
Wow, I didn't think.
Yeah, JPJ says, yeah, false confidence and assertiveness is the path. It's part of why he's relatively successful. Of course, no, for sure. That's something I think people don't really give him credit for because he's hard to give him credit for because he's a redact. But one of the things that he's successful for is because he doesn't see himself the way we see himself. We see him as a redact. We see him as somebody that might be, on the edge of being special needs. We see him as somebody who can't, string a sentence together, whatever it may be. But he sees himself as like the smartest guy in the room, beast of a businessman, beast of a marketeer, expert this, expert that. So clearly that legitimately can propel you or keep you going because you legitimately think your shit doesn't stink, which makes sense as well because, Joe Rogan and stuff created the monster. They kind of brought him in. So if you get brought in by Joe Rogan and you start off doing your first sets at the Comedy Store and Laugh Factory and your first special you get after a year and a half of doing stand-up comedy, it makes sense why you think your shit doesn't stink because, your shit doesn't stink. By all evidence, it doesn't stink. So I get it.
It was going to...
Let me tell you.
Wow.
What I don't appreciate, and I'm going to talk about this further on Riffing with Griffin.
Yeah, but more people listen here, though, right?
Yeah.
But so break it down.
Jesus.
Down here, though.
No, but the thing...
What a piece of shit, isn't it? What an absolute piece of shit. More people listen to this on here, though, so break it down here. Instead of bigging up your friend and saying, yeah, give us a quick overview here, but if you want to hear the in-depth, balls-deep, nerdy, approach to it, then go, obviously, to Eric's channel. Make sure you subscribe to his channel and shit. He's saying, no, break it, like, honestly, what a piece of shit.
The 7 of you that are going to listen. No, I'm just kidding.
And obviously, Eric can't say nothing because Brendan pays his bills, Like he kind of got big time there a little bit. He kind of got sun.
Talk about this further on Riffing with Griffin.
Yeah, but more people listen here though, right?
Yeah. But
so break it down here though.
No, but
for the 7 of you that are gonna listen, no, I'm just kidding.
That's the smile and laugh of somebody who knows they can't. That's how you laugh when like your boss makes a joke. It's not that funny, but then you have to laugh because they basically pay your bills, right? Or they need to approve your holiday. Look at that kind of laugh he's making. That's not a real laugh. You're not really happy with what he said, but you kind of have to pretend you are because, you want to keep your job. Oh, what awful career to have, man. But yeah, Brendan doesn't know why the Flash wasn't successful. Was dead certain that it was to do with people thinking the Flash is gay, which is a strange angle to go at, to be completely honest. But hey, he's got his thinking about things. I've got my thinking, and it kind of is what it is, isn't it? Let the guy rock, as fucking Lil Uzi say. I just want to rock. Let's continue here. Let's see this post here. This is Kurt to the Final Kids subreddit again. What's this one says? SCHUB is using David Lucas. What's he doing here? What's he doing? Oh, using. What did he do here? Let's see this. Using David Lucas. What did he do here? What did he use him in?
There it is. The new Laugh Track, this little theater they just bought out there. So it should be pretty dope. It's that new. Come get some this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. David Lucas will be with me. Come get some, fam. Tickets at thickboy.com.
Before he said David Lucas is going to be opening for him. I wonder what changed with the verbiage. Because now he's saying David Lucas will be with me. Does that mean David Lucas got put the word in and say, hey, don't say I'm opening for you because I'm technically a bigger comic than you now at the moment. I've currently got more clout than you out here on these streets. I shouldn't really be opening for you, but I'm doing it as a favor. I wonder what happened, because before he did say David Lucas is opening for me, there was a period in time where he was acting like and taking a bit of credit for David Lucas's career a little bit, acting as if like he's the one responsible for, you know, helping him blow. And really, you would think David Lucas' success mostly came from Kill Tony for the most part. But yeah, interesting change of verbiage there, isn't it? David Lucas will be with me instead of he's opening for me. One more time.
Hey.
There it is. New Laugh Track. This little theater they just bought out there. So it should be pretty dope. It's that new. Come get some this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. David Lucas will be with me. Come get some, fam. Tickets at thickboy.com. New merch also.
I wonder what happened there. I feel like something definitely happened. He will be with me. He's not opening for me anymore. Interesting. But anyway, let's crack on with that one. Next tab here, we have one called Bappa's Bullying Hierarchy. This, I think, is taken from the latest episode of Golden Hour as well. And also, like, I would say credit to him, but like, this is sometimes the pointlessness of fucking counterculture, isn't it? It felt like just the other day, Chris's whole world imploded with the Rolling Stones article, the documentaries, the girls phoning into other podcasts and laying bare their experiences and crying about it online and detailing it in gruesome detail and blah, 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 blah. And after all that said and done, he's still here smiling, collecting checks on podcasts, performing on the road and stuff like nothing's happened. Don't get me wrong, his Hollywood career is over. No more Netflix specials for him anytime soon. But he did weather that storm, innit? He did weather the storm. Somehow he weathered it. I don't know how he did it. He maintained the course. He stood steadfast, didn't cave, didn't make any statements, and just kept it moving. And it kind of went away. Kind of wild, isn't it, really? It kind of shows you, like, you know, really. And it kind of shows you maybe something like, I wonder what it is, because the Ezra Miller and Jonathan Majors is a good example, right? Ezra Miller's been accused of just as much crazy shit as Jonathan Majors has been accused of. Maybe there's more evidence on Ezra Miller's side than there is Jonathan Majors, really, if you're being honest about it. But they're two abusers or have been abusive in their past. One person's career, comes to a screeching halt in Jonathan Majors to the point where he's fighting for his life right now. It's debatable if he ever come back. I don't necessarily think so. I think being a black man, he just really fucked himself over, because I think, unfortunately, being black, we just always have a different set of rules for us. And I think if you're in that level where you're becoming a Hollywood star and he was on that level to become like a proper the next guy, I think you just can't risk making those kind of mistakes. You can't make the same mistakes your white counterpart can make, quite clearly. But Ezra Miller gets to do the Flash, gets to be on a red carpet. His movie still comes out. His career hasn't been halted. No one's dropped him, really, for the most part. But Jonathan Majors has. And then on Chris D'Elia's side of things, scores of victims have come out and give their testimony. Documentaries have been made. All this stuff has happened. There's allegedly some sort of investigation happening, which I don't believe, really. But maybe there is, according to those articles that were out there. But yet, nothing's really happened. He's still out here thriving, in a roundabout way. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard to kind of, I don't know. And if you're a victim, I wonder how you'd feel about that. Because I guess in some respects, if you're a victim of the crimes that he's been accused of, you might want him in prison. But is it likely he'll be in prison? Probably not. Or if you want some career damage to happen to him, he's already been damaged quite a lot career-wise because his Hollywood career is over. But you can't, stop him from having a podcasting career because his fans clearly don't give a fuck. And stand-up is the same thing. What are you going to do? You're going to stop the clubs from telling him to book him. But if he can bring fans there to pay for their tickets, like, why shouldn't they let him use the space if he hasn't been convicted of a crime? It gets a bit murky in how you kind of deal with it. But it can be, I can only imagine how difficult it must be for the victims to wake up every day and keep seeing his face, despite all the stuff that's been said about him. Like, nothing seems to be really changing in that regard. Bit wild. But anyway, let's bounce. Bappa's Bullying Hierarchy. Let's see what he says here in this clip.
We can say we're in the same bowling league.
Oh, Sylvester Stallone's in this.
Yes.
Tulsa King. Yeah, Tulsa Sing is the musical.
Is he good in this?
He's great,
and he doesn't mean to be
best
funny.
He's been in a long time. No, he means to be funny. He knows what he's doing.
It's so funny.
I've been to his house. We're friends.
Well, kind of, right?
Remember when he posted that picture and spelled Brian's name wrong?
He did, yeah. He said Brian Callahan. Sylvester Stallone.
But Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
Callahan.
Yeah, but
and with Brian Callahan.
But anybody named Brian, like, go fuck yourself, right?
Yeah, that's
Oh, I love that. You see what he did there? That was interesting, right? He could have easily got into a back and forth with Chris about that whole, being at Sylvester Stallone's house back in the day with that famous picture. But he buckled, and then he decided to go and aim his ire at fucking Brian, who isn't even in the fucking room. Like, that's real bully boy tactics there, isn't it? Brian Callen isn't even in the room, and now he's getting fucking shots over something that happened ages ago because Brennan doesn't have the balls or the comedic chops to go back and forth with fucking Chris. Because what he really wanted to say was, yeah, but, you're not going to get invited anytime soon, are you? That's what he actually wanted to say, to be mean, because obviously all of his fucking indiscretions and his alleged pedo behaviors, he wanted to say something like that, you know what I mean? Like, okay, you went there once, but you're not going to get invited again, innit? He said, you could have probably said, look, I probably got a better chance of going there than you have. Like, that's what he probably should have said, but he was too pussy and then decided to just jump at fucking Brian.
No, he means to be funny. He knows what he's doing.
It's so funny.
I've been to his house. We're friends.
Well, kind of, right? Remember when he posted that picture and spelled Brian's name wrong?
He did, yeah. He said Brian Callahan. Sylvester Stallone.
But Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
Callahan.
Yeah, but
and with Brian Callahan.
But anybody named Brian, like, go fuck yourself, right?
Yeah,
That's when you guys were at Sylvester Stallone's house?
Yeah, you ever heard of him?
He quit inviting you guys, huh?
Yeah. No,
Well,
not
he
me.
moved to
He
Florida.
always invited me. He
No,
did
he's still
stop
here,
inviting Chris D'Elia.
And Brian?
He moved to Florida, though.
He told you that, Brian.
Yeah, he's still here.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, Brian didn't like that at all. Brian didn't find that joke funny in the slightest. That definitely touched the sore spot. You can tell. That definitely touched the spot. He did not find that funny. I didn't actually see this one bit. He didn't find that funny in the slightest.
No, not
he
me.
moved to
He
Florida.
always invited me. He
No,
did
he's still
stop
here,
inviting Chris D'Elia.
And Brian?
He moved to Florida, though.
He told you that, Brian.
Yeah, he's still here.
Ah, shit.
He did not like that in the slightest. He did not like that. But yeah, fucking Brendan, man. Instead of fucking, squaring up to Chris and giving him his fucking function, he should have, stuck it with him. But instead, he went after Brian, who's not even in the fucking room. That's some bully boy tactics. Anyway, what can we do? What can we do? Anyway, let's move on. Let's actually, okay, you're doing a little bit too much on here right now. Let's get this away. And let's get this away. Okay, cool. And we're gone. Bear with me 1 second. Let's just remove this. Cool. Okay, cool. All gone. All gone. Sorry about that, my friends. Sorry about that, my friends. Had to delete that. Okay, cool. Let's go. Well, how many accounts does this person have? Fucking hell. 1 second. Come on, how do you use this account again? Okay, cool. Done. Another one hided. Have you got more accounts, Mr. fucking Burglars? Hey, you gonna come back again? There we go, another one. Oh my god. How many accounts does this person have? It's just non-stop. Anyway, let's remove them again. Fucking hell. This is too much. It got too much. How many accounts do they have? How many do they have? Honestly, how many? Is BGL? Oh my god, more. Okay, let's see if I can get this rid again. There's so many of them. How many are you? Who are ya? Show yourself. Who is this? Who is this person? Okay, cool. Are they gone now? Yeah, they're gone. Cool. Finally gone, I think. I think I got them. Okay, no. One more. Come on. Keep showing yourself and I'll keep removing you. I'll keep removing you. I'll keep removing you. Okay, cool. Done. Are we done yet? Are we done yet, please? He just goes, exactly. They're not stopping. There's more again. Of course. Oh my god, it's non-stop this. Please go away. Go away. Go away. Okay, cool. There we go. More, but are we gonna get some more? If we're gonna get some more, I'll just keep timing it as we go along. I do apologize, my friends, for any of the disruption or distraction from the show, but I guess it is what it is, isn't it? Hi, this is my channel again. It's still going. They're not stopping. It's just non-fucking stop, these fucking streams. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Enough. Enough. Exactly, yeah, yeah, exactly, Andrew. I need the DSP mid combo ban. I need the lean in manual ban like DSP, but I'm not really good at this moment. I don't got the lean in manual ban on deck just yet. I'm not really that guy yet, just yet. I keep trying to hide and it's hiding. Come on, man. How many times do I have to hide this person? How many times? It's giving bothered. Yeah, it's giving bothered. It's giving, you know, just unfortunate and unfair, really. I don't deserve this. I haven't done anything to nobody. Oh my God, this is annoying. Okay, they're still here. They're still here. Hide from channel again. Let's just continue with the show anyway. This is fucking annoying. They'll eventually leave, I guess, over time. Let's not sidetrack from the flipping entertainment at hand here. Oh my God, this is crazy, mate. This is absolutely insane. What's happening here? Okay, hide this user from channel again. Still not happening. Okay, you know what I might have to do actually? Let me let me do something on my end just a little bit here, because this might actually help. This might actually help change this actually. Let's see if I can do this. Let's edit this. Bear with me 1 second. Let me see if I can do it this way. This is probably the most entertainment I've had on here for a while, man. I'm not gonna lie, bruh. Most entertainment for a while. Most entertainment I've been on here for a while. What the fuck is going on, mate? I don't know. Okay, cool. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like that. And let's do it here. Actually, let's go here. Custom. Bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna do boom. Yo, big up Crash 984. Appreciate the 19
Burgles always
super
lame.
chat. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, exactly. Burglars are always lame. The worst in the world. Let's actually move. Let's just do this one more minute. I'm gonna actually sort this out right now, and it's gonna be absolutely okay. And you're gonna see why it's gonna be okay in a minute. There we go. It should be sorted now. Cool. So no more nonsense now going forward. Hopefully, it shouldn't be able to happen. Fingers crossed. Fingers and toes crossed. I should have sorted it by now. Let's see. No, I'm not streaming on Kick right now. This is just straight YouTube. Straight YouTube shit. Straight YouTube vibes. Cool. It should be okay now. It should be okay. I think so going forward. It should be okay. Because I put it into fucking, what's it called? I put it into subscriber mode only. Chat. So it should be fine now going forward. There we go. I think I've dealt with it. Oh my God, I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see. Hopefully it should work now. Yeah, yeah, hopefully it should work. So don't read the comments. Exactly. I don't read the comments. I can be back. Okay, cool. There we go. Cool. Subscriber only mode in the chat for a while, and then afterwards I'll take it off. So remind me to take it off later, and I'll change it. But for now, it should be fine. Yeah, cool. We're back to normal. Cool. Let's get back to laughing at Brenda. That's the most important thing we need to do right here. So, let's go back to this one. Let's go. Here we go. The other one. This is another new clip that just dropped. Let's see what I'll go on here.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Aladdin's Arcade in Aurora,
Street
Colorado.
Fighter.
It was where the shooting happened. Not a big deal. Let's sidetrack that. But it's where the theater, where the...
Let's sidetrack that. You mean let's sidestep that? I love this guy. Let's sidetrack that. No, let's sidestep that. I think that's what you're trying to say. What a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Aladdin's
Street-
Arcade in
play
Aurora,
Street
Colorado.
Fighter.
It was where the shooting happened. Not a big deal. Let's sidetrack that. But it's where the theater, where the night, Batman, the night, whatever, the shooting happened. The Dark Knight happened there. But it used to be an old arcade, the Aladdin.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess, man. I guess. What's the title? Let's sidetrack that again. Exactly. Let's sidetrack that one more time.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Aladdin's Arcade in Aurora,
Street
Colorado.
Fighter.
It was where the shooting happened. Not a big deal. Let's sidetrack that. But
I love it. Yeah,
Do
big
you
up
plan
Chris.
on doing any UFC fight companions in the future?
Yes, big up Chris Elias hard drive. I appreciate the $10 donation, brother. Yes, of course. I'm gonna do one for the next one. What's the next one? Next one's coming up, right? Bear with me a second. What's the next one? The next one's coming up. I'll do it for that one. Actually, I was meant to do it for the Ilya Tupuria one last week, but I was out, so I couldn't do it. But I will definitely do it for the next one because I've missed out on stream. Like I said, I've missed out on a bunch of streams because I've not been feeling the greatest. But now that I'm back ready to go, I will do the next one, which is what? Strickland versus Magomedov. Oh yeah, that's a meaty one. Is that when's that one? July 1st. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll probably do that one. Strickland, Magomedov, and a few other going forward as well. I'll probably do. So that'll probably be the next one you'll see from me. I'll probably do this one so you can see on the screen. That one there. I'll do this one soon. So yeah, I'm on it. I'm game. I'm a fan of UFC fight cards anyway. I do it anyway. To be fair, I don't mind doing them. I'm watching them alongside you guys, so that'd be pretty fun to do. So yeah, I'm on it. I'll definitely do this when it comes. So yeah. Tune in around that time when the fight card happens, Saturday, 1st of July, late at night, and I'll be there doing this for sure. I'll be there doing this for sure. What's Rafael Quinta saying? Chris is so annoyed to be there that he doesn't even bother to wear a silly goose hat. Yeah, true. I just think he's just resigned to the idea that he needs Brendan for money, man. He hasn't got no other option or choice now. It just is what it is. His career is where it is at now, and you know they all need that guy for money. That's the real damn bad side of everything. I think there was a point in time where they all thought they were better than him, but for various reasons, every single one of those people on that table need Brendan for money. They all need him, so they can't disrespect the guy too much. So they kind of have to kind of, you know, they got to kind of fall in line, if that makes complete sense. Anyway, one more thing to Brendan, and we got another thing to go on about. This is the clip that says the title is he's giving his wife mystery pills. And again, these stories sometimes, I wonder what you guys think in the chat. Let me know in the stream chat. What do you guys think? Do you think this story is true, or do you think it's cap? I've got part of me thinks there's elements of this story that are true, and he's kind of sprinkled it with his SCHAUB dust, but I don't think it's entirely made up. What do you guys think? Let's play it.
He says jam on it now because I say it around the house.
That's funny.
Because my girl, you know,
he's gonna find out what that really the origin of it is.
Well, he knows because my girl, you know, she's not feeling well. You know, she's pregnant, so she hasn't been feeling well. Mm-hmm. And someone was like, "Oh, you should try this like natural herb medicine. It helps with nausea." So I give it to my girl. I didn't read the label, and I'm like, "Take 3 of these." She's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "Just try it. You're always like anti-medicine. I'm like, just try it." Takes 3 of them. And I was reading the label. I'm like, that's not good. Causes like stomach issues.
Oh no!
Dude, so she was blowing up the bathroom.
Oh no!
And then I kept going, jam on it. And then the other day, she was going to the bathroom, and I hear boss go, jam on it.
Oh, he
says jam on it.
So what do you guys think of that? Do you think he's actually giving his pregnant wife, you know, according to them and according to his wife sharing too much information in public, they've struggled to get pregnant, right? They've gone through IVF and shit, and it's been a difficult journey. She's finally got pregnant. And do you think at this point in time, after all the battles that they've had with trying to get pregnant and trying to have a girl, that he'd be giving his wife mystery pills that he doesn't know anything about and laughing about it while she's on the toilet taking a shit? Sounds a bit sus, isn't it? So I think there's some truth to it. Maybe the wife got given some herbal pills to help her stomach cramps or something, and then he jumped onto it and added his Brendan dust. But I don't think it's completely made up. But if it is true, it's an incredibly redacted fucking, you know, thing to say aloud and to admit that you're giving your pregnant wife pills that you don't know what they do. And I don't know. It just sounds so bizarre to me. I don't know what to believe or what is true or what isn't. It just sounds so strange. Like, why would you even say this aloud? Like, why would you let people even know what you're thinking? Like, this is so bizarre. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? I think he offered it because he's an idiot, but I doubt she took it. Okay, yeah, I agree with that one. That's a good little explanation. Maybe he did have them, she didn't take them, and then he invented a whole story about her shitting. Wasn't she a model or something? Yeah, maybe. I'm not really too sure. Yeah, I don't know. I just see these stories. I think to myself, this is a face of somebody that lies on the regular, but I also don't think he just makes up things out of thin air. I think there's always a morsel of truth in these stories, and you just have to he finds it and then latches onto it. It doesn't let go. So I think that probably is the case in this one, personally. I think he hates her, but she's hot. I don't think he hates her. I think he's selfish, isn't it? Like most comedians. I don't think he actually despises her. I think he knows she does a lot for him in terms of looking after the kids and holding it down in that respect. And clearly she's somebody who I think, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, I think they have an agreement that's said without saying, that he's allowed to do what he wants on the road without bringing back as long as he doesn't bring it back home and doesn't embarrass her. I think they have a silent agreement. So you're not going to meet a lot of women out there that are going to be happy to do that sort of thing, who are going to be able to be stay-at-home wives and, be okay with you going on the road all the time. So I think that arrangement alone makes him happy. But, he just would rather be around the boys, It's just that kind of vibe. They're all kind of like that. They don't really speak too glowingly about their partners. They'd rather be hanging out with their friends, and they treat their wives like maids that they fuck, basically, in a very crass way to kind of describe them. That's how it kind of is for the most part. They treat most of their wives and partners like maids they can fuck. I know it's sad to say that, but it's the truth. Unfortunately, it's the fucking truth. Oh, mate. Anyway, moving on. We got this clip as well, which I think is absolutely incredible. Personally, for me, I think this is absolutely incredible. This is the best. So, this is from a podcast called Slick and Thick, which features Mickey Gall and one of the guys who was on Valuetainment. Now, forgive me, I don't know the guy's name. I'm actually going to get up on here. Let's see if I can get up on here because I want to give the guys credit. Slick and Thick podcast. Let's see what their names are. Slick and Thick is hosted by UFC fighter Mickey Gall and a comedian. Oh, he's a comedian. Okay, I didn't know that. He's a comedian called Gerard Michaels, right? And I think he also had a Major League Baseball career of some degree, because that's what he was speaking about when he was on Valuetainment. Brendan was on Valuetainment with Patrick Bet David, and this guy was on there, and he was kind of on there to be like the comedic friend and also somebody that kind of was a fan of Brendan. And I thought he did really well in terms of how he came across, and he was obviously trying to be friendly with Brendan and try and have some banter there with him. But for whatever reason, Brendan just didn't like the cut of his jib and just kind of it felt like big timing him a little bit. And I think ever since then their relationship's gone a bit up and down, as he'll explain it in the pod that he's talking about. And it's been quite interesting to see, because this is the first time you see like people that are involved in the entertainment industry, Hollywood, LA in some respects, talking the way some of us talk about Brendan and about how he acts. And then you can see it's probably worse how he acts and how he goes on in person than it is how he acts online, like on content. It's actually worse if you believe Mickey Gall's side of things and his interpretation of how Brendan goes on. It's very, very interesting to see, actually. Let's see. This is the one, right? This one. Let's see this clip. So big up the Fighting Kid subreddit guys for uploading this clip. This is really, really cool. So let's actually hear these guys speak about the issues they've had with Brendan along the way, right? Because I think this is really, really informative as to how Brendan is the way he is and why some people don't like him.
Big fan of Callen.
SCHAUB, I can go both ways on. Sometimes I've seen him be a flip flopper on things, and even to me personally, like I've heard him like giving me some days he'll give me mad love, talk about how I'm one of the toughest guys in the UFC, talk about how so he was like, when I was gonna fight Sage Northcutt, he was like, oh, that's a different level. Mickey's gonna get his ass kicked, like almost like shitting on my parade, like right after the CM Punk fight. I was kind of like, all right, fuck this dude, whatever. And he's talking all shit. Mickey's going to lose to Sage. Then he's on Rogan, and Rogan's like, I think Mickey's going to beat Sage. He's like, yeah, he'll probably beat him.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Now, to me, one of the interesting things about Brendan Schaub is that this type of commentary that this guy is saying, right, about how he acts with fighters and how he talks about fighters before their fights, this is something that you wouldn't expect from an ex-fighter, because you'd imagine if you're a former professional UFC mixed martial arts fighter, you know what it takes to get in that octagon. You know what it takes to get into that cage. You know how hard it is, the struggles, the triumphs, the anxiety, the whatever it may be. You know how difficult it is. So you're going to speak with a little bit more grace, a little bit more forgiveness in your, you know, maybe you be a bit more kind in how you speak about people, because you know what it takes to be inside there. Now, regular people like myself who've never done that shit, regular journalists and stuff, they're free to, like, you know, go extra crazy and speak extra harshly about these guys, right? They can say what they want. Oh, he's going to get fucked up. He's going to get smashed. It kind of is your prerogative. But you would imagine there will be a little bit of a professional courtesy if it's somebody that was in the same industry as you. That's where I think these guys get annoyed at. They can't understand why Brendan doesn't have the ability to do that. Why he kind of, you know, he'll just like dismiss somebody like he's got a personal issue with them. Then he'll be on their nuts like they're their best friends. It's really strange how he kind of goes about things. So I can understand, if you're a fighter, how it can annoy you a little bit, because he should know better, being a former professional fighter himself.
That's
like, let's be a little thorough in our fucking opinions.
No,
I don't see. That's the thing. I'll sit the fence before I go talking out both sides of my mouth. And
that's what I think you're meant to as a pro. If you're a pro, you should sit the fence a little bit. But obviously, if you're an analyst, it probably pays to be a little bit more critical and kind of go hard on your choice, because like your Olympic, you're going to probably, you know, get a bit of clout for that anyway in the first place. So I understand where he's coming from in that regard.
that's one of the only things. And sometimes it seems like a little like a LA dick rider.
He's very LA. He's
you
very,
know what I mean?
He's very
and that's
much
just like kind of like that's not thorough to me. Like,
So-
I want, you know, I like people who are thorough, and I don't like know him. You know what I mean? So I bet if I did, we'd be fucking friends.
No, you wouldn't. That's another cop out to what people do. You probably wouldn't. That's the thing. And maybe it's the LA thing. You have to always protect your positions and you can't ever write people off. But sometimes you can meet people who just you don't vibe with, personality wise, principles, morals, how they move, the cut of their jib, the way they talk. It just is what it is. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad indictment on him. Doesn't mean he's a bad person. It just means sometimes some people are just not for you. I think Brendan, for the most part, for a lot of people, how he acts with certain things, it's not going to vibe with some people and with others. But I think you can definitely see that since the protection of Rogan's been taken away, people are a little bit more free in saying what they actually think of the guy, which has really been funny to see in real time.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, you know, speak out of both sides of my mouth about someone.
Hey, look, man. I was a fan of his. You know, I was the guy
I was a fan of his.
that said, hey, we should get this dude on PBD Pod. You know, one of the dudes that pitched him. Actually, it wasn't me. Nancy pitched him a whole bunch, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. But he's definitely clout oriented. He wasn't really cool,
Which I get. That's kind of a currency. Some people fall into that nowadays.
Yeah. He showed up with a
Seems to be doing well for himself too.
He showed up rolling deep. You know, wasn't really like interested in having a conversation or doing any pre-production type stuff while we were waiting on the studio. Then Nancy's like, "Well, hey, we saw you with Jelly Roll. This, you know, Gerard's friends with Jelly Roll." And then all of a sudden he wanted to, you know, he texts Jelly. Jelly's like, "Oh, Gerard's a cool dude." All of a sudden now I'm cool.
Yeah, I hate that too. I've had that happen to me before, where, you know, you go into I remember going into a store once, not being friends with certain people, and them looking down on me, and then I come back in with other people who are a bit more well known and famous, and suddenly everyone's on my dick, everyone's sucking me up and stuff. It's really, really strange. It's an awful feeling to have that kind of switch up and people, you know, acting one way and acting another because somebody deemed you to be worthy of their attention. It's absolutely ridiculous. Treat everybody nice, treat everybody well until they give you a reason not to treat them that way. Personally, that's what I think you should do. Big up Done broke that back. I saw you live, wanting to let you know I dig your stuff, man. Thanks for the vids. No problem, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. And big up Koila too. They're referring to Brendan Koila. These two guys are referring to Brendan Schaub. Of course, who else are they going to be speaking about? It has to be the big brown Baba.
And then he was mad cool to me, man. And then after that, he was real cool. We talked on the pod, and he's like, want to come on my show? And it was dope. I did 2 shows with him over New Year's. It was really cool, man. I had nothing but good things to say about him. And then goes on Rogan talking shit.
Shitting on your baseball.
Yeah, which is
and your athleticism.
But at least say my name. Like, I'm going to go on the
That's what you're
biggest
mad about?
podcast in the world. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. But
because you wanted some of that clout. So you're falling into the clout game
yeah,
too.
but if you're going to shit on me for no reason. Like it was
Right,
like, he
right.
shit on, like, he just brought it up for no reason. And it was like, bro, I thought we were cool. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, so you were just hanging out, had a good time, and then he goes on. Yeah, it's
Goes on the
it's-
biggest
it's like
podcast in the
it's like
world.
talk. Like I don't I don't like talk about like people like behind their backs like that. Like if I have that opinion, like I'd
Yeah.
share it with them. If I was like, hey, bro, you're being a little bit of a clown.
Yeah.
Gee, you obviously hate women. You know what I mean? Like, but I won't go tell some other person, especially go talk about it on a podcast.
Man, it was
You know
just
what I mean?
it was just some, to me, it's just some weird shit. It's like Saturday I get a text like, yo, you want to come out on a boat? And then Tuesday it's like, oh, yo, I had to put these guys in the place, Papa. It's like, what now?
Yo, big up Uche, big up Uche. Yeah, this is hilarious, man. Honestly, this is a quick microcosm of like how difficult it must be to navigate LA being a regular human being. Like a regular human being like you and I having to try to manage personalities and, you know, the landmines of dickheads and whatnot is just awful over there, because you waste so much time managing and navigating through the dickheads, you don't get time to actually focus on the work, which is probably what you should be doing. If you just focus on what you're there to do, production, directing, writing, stand-up, whatever it may be, just focus on your craft, it'll actually pay dividends down the line. But I'm assuming you get caught into the whole idea of networking and recommendations and, you know, whatever chit chat, chin wag nonsense. And then you end up having to suck up to people who are demonstrably awful people that you would probably never speak to if you weren't involved in the industry, but you feel like you have to because they're linked with so-and-so. They were on this show. They're associated with that person, all this malarkey. It just makes it so weird. I think there is a way to do it. I'm sure it does exist. I think if it was me, I lived out in LA, I would just literally focus on the work and focus on whatever small community or niche thing that I had going on. I would not even fuck with anybody else. I'd basically do what Rogan did when he was out there, right? He just focused on his podcast, didn't focus on anybody else, and essentially he brought everybody to him, right? He became the person that everyone wanted to kind of go to. He became the destination location, blah, 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 blah. But I think for the majority of people, they don't have that luxury, you know, they don't have that ability to do so they kind of have to play the whole smoochy, be your best friend, fake friend type of vibe thing and hope that kind of works for them. And really, it's not the best way to kind of approach things if you think about it in the bigger scheme of things, really and truly, because you end up communicating with people who are demonstrably dickheads. But in this particular case, with this Brendan Schaub interaction, it's pretty evident. Like if you check out the episode that this guy's talking about where he appears on Valuetainment with Brendan Schaub, you can clearly see he's trying his best to kind of befriend Brendan. He tries to kind of be pally with him. He's kind of having it, not having it. And then there's a bit of big time-ish stuff going on, a little bit of jockeying, some ego-ness. They're pumping each other's chests and shit. But you get to the point where you feel like they've obviously kind of, you know, the ice has been broken and they're probably friendly. And he obviously mentioned it. Clearly they were friendly to a point where he was, you know, taking him out on shows and shit. But I still think a lot of that stuff that he does isn't genuine. I think a lot of that stuff is more so a ability for him to do, like, how do you do it? Like, I feel like it's a way of making sure he's got like a favor hanging over your head. I think so. That's why he does that sort of stuff. Like, I'm going to bring you on my show, have you open for me at New Year's, all this sort of stuff, right? It sounds impressive. It sounds really cool. It sounds really, you know, it just sounds like, oh, wow, thank you for doing me that favor. But in actuality, he's actually doing it for himself to make himself look good. And to also have you in his back pocket so that you can't go against him because he helped you at that time to get some money in your pocket, you know? So I'm not really convinced by those gestures of goodwill. They always seem a little bit, you know, they got like ulterior motives behind them. Just me personally. Again, it could be all done in good faith, but I don't think they are done in good faith. And it's just funny that these two guys have been able to read Brendan pretty quickly, and they haven't even had that many personal interactions with him, and been able to kind of see what kind of a dude he is straight away. Which again goes to show, you know, the dude just, you know, is one of those type of people. Really isn't the greatest in the world. Which again makes you wonder, like, Rogan always says he's the best judge of character because he grew up in a bad neighborhood or with a single parent. I don't know what he says, some drivel, right? Some Rogan drivel. When really and truly, like, you know what I mean? He platformed Brendan, gave him a career on a silver platter, and he's demonstrably maybe one of the worst persons out of his fucking group of friends. Like, demonstrably. A terrible human being. Yeah, he says he's the best judge of character. Like, I'm not too sure, my guy. I'm not too sure if that is actually correct. What are you guys saying here in the chat here? The segregation is real here. The dickheads are high up on the hills and they don't care what you are doing with a normal person, for sure. You've probably never been here to say this trash. Christian saying, I have, it's trash. Hey, easy on LA, please. Not too much on my seat. Okay, cool. No, I know what you mean. I'm sure, look, don't get me wrong, Crash. I'm sure there's a better version. Like, these guys are not doing the best advertisement for LA. I'm not denying that. But I also went out there once, many years ago, and I could feel how, you know, you have to kind of play that game. But I'm sure if you just want to exist in your own little bubble and, you know, there's a community out of you people that don't care about that sort of stuff, I'm sure you have fun. It's same like Las Vegas. I'm sure there's a Las Vegas community in the scene out there that has nothing to do with the seedy strip, gambling type of things. It does exist. I'm sure of it. But from the stuff that these guys are presenting, I'm just talking about that side of stuff, how you would best navigate through it. I think the best way to navigate through it, if it was me and I was living out there, would be to just focus on the craft and focus on the work. Like, if you're actually in it for the right reasons, if you actually want to be in stand-up or in entertainment or in TV or in movies for the right reasons, focus on the actual work and it would pay dividends, as opposed to trying to play the whole, let me be someone's friend, let me befriend you, let me come on my pod, all this sort of nonsense. Like, it just, you know, you end up becoming somebody you don't want to be. You end up licking the asses of people that you probably thought you would never be licking the ass of, and it just takes away from the actual reason you're there, which is to chase your dreams. You know, that's just me, but I could be wrong. Anyway, moving on from that, we should move on to this article courtesy of Deadline regarding Tom Segura. Actual good news for him. It's a Tom Segura says his solid pilot, in which he stars as a streamer, Fat Astronauts film in active development, and new podcast Not Today Pal with Jamie Lynn Sigler and Rob Eibler to launch next month. Raw, Ted. 3 big projects, isn't it? 3 really big projects. A pilot TV show where he plays a streamer, Fat Astronauts with Bert, I'm assuming, and a new podcast with Jamie Lynn Sigler and Rob Eibler. I think these are 2 people from Sopranos, right? I'm pretty sure. These 2 people from Sopranos that he's doing the show with. They got great chemistry, to be fair. When they come on, when they used to come on Your Mum's House the first time, especially, it was amazing because Rob Eibler is a real big fan of the pod, Your Mum's House. So he kind of got all the lingo and stuff. It was really fun, to be fair. This is Coach Deadline. Some time ago, Tom Segura teased on his YMH Studio podcast that he decided to self-finance and shoot a mysterious video project. He self-financed the whole thing. Yo, Tom Segura must be rolling in money, boy. Do you know how much it costs to film these type of things? Jesus. And shoot a mystery video project with further details to be discussed later date. At long last, they're beginning to emerge as Segura has disclosed the Deadline his sale to a streaming service for a pilot. He says, we produced a pilot that we sold to one of the streamers. We financed it, we produced it, we wrote it. So we might see more of that going forward. I think Tim Dillon spoke about doing the same thing, right? About filming something, producing it, and then obviously he's trying to sell it to a streaming platform. Segura shared during a Zoom call late last week, this was 100% like the podcast way of thinking, which was like, just make the thing. So we just made it, spent a fortune doing it, but I think for the right reasons. And I think they'll probably make an announcement about it soon, maybe when the strikes resolve. But we're very excited about it, and we're continuing to do more things in that lane. That's actually a really good idea, to be fair. If you actually think you can, you know, there's a little bit of hubris, a little bit of arrogance involved in the idea that these podcasters think that they can single-handedly revive the comedic film, TV series type of, you know, division area genre. But if they think they can do it, put your money where your mouth is. Do you know what I mean? Self-financed it, do it yourself, and then see if you can kind of make it blow. That's actually a good idea. It says, while there are no further details yet on the pilot's plot, Segura said that he wasn't at liberty to share the streamer which bought it. There is a good likelihood that it's been set up by Netflix, given the comics history of the platform. Segura launched a global stardom with a comedy world with Netflix 2014, unveiling his special Completely Normal. Wow, 2014, been a long while. And has set each of his other 4 specials there in recent years, including Sledgehammer, which will be available on streaming services July 4th. Okay, cool. That's awesome. I'm going to be checking that out. I'm going to be reviewing this for sure. Tom Segura's new special, Sledgehammer. I'll be reviewing that. I'll probably be doing a live review of that actually on the podcast, so definitely check that out. Unfortunately, I can't do a watch party for it because they're going to copyright strike me. Or I might be able to do it on Kick, actually. Maybe I'll do it on Kick. Who knows? It continues. In conversation with Deadline, ahead of the new special's release, Segura also confirmed that he has 2 features in the works. One that is a setup at a studio, and one that is currently being shopped. One of the projects in active development, he confirmed, is Fat Astronauts, a sci-fi comedy emerging from the concept by his longtime friend and Two Bears podcast co-host Bert Kreischer, which Kreischer first shared with fans in 2020. The draft that we got is so funny right now, says Segura, said vis-a-vis Fat Astronauts, in which he'll presumably star opposite Kreischer. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but it's very funny. I mean, we're working with one of the funniest writers ever on that. So that's going to be really, that actually sounds like a good idea. Fat Astronauts, to be fair, with Bert and Tom. Back at the height of the pandemic, Kreischer pitched Fat Astronauts on Two Bears 1Ks as follows. Me and Tom are set to space because they're going to start building moon colonies on the moon, and they want to know how many to build, and they're going to sell them to regular Americans like me and Tom. So they send us to space station with all the things that we like, booze, food, weed, porn stars, and they're like, we want to see if your lifestyle translates to space living or if you die. We get up there and we find out we fucking love it. We don't want to come back. We sabotage it so they can't get us out, so that we're locked up there. View this entire segment, link below. So okay, that sounds like a pretty decent premise. Segura, link to Bora's pilot. Okay, cool. What's I said? What we saying, chat? Drop the link to the Kick. Actually, I think I got it here. Actually, I'll show you in the URL. I don't know what my URL. Oh, there it is. My URL is just my name. So it's Agostinho Zinga. All one word. So kick.com, Agostinho Zinga, check it on there. But can I post links on my chat? Let's see if links work, because I think some of it disabled. Maybe if I'm a mod, it will let it post on there. Yeah, there we go. It's that. So you see it on there already, right? So I'll maybe stream it on there. So if you want to follow me on Kick, I might actually I might do a streaming party for that. Or I might stream it directly on here and see if I can get it, because I'll probably get a copyright strike anyway, but we'll let it run anyway. See how long we can watch Tom Segura's new special Sledgehammer on here without getting taken down. So yeah, join me on Kick for that one when that happens. Back to the article. Segura's pilot, sale and film development bring him closer to the fruition of a long-time goal. He'd expressed interest in filmmaking over the years while appearing an actor in number of high-profile projects. Had to pilot. Let me read that again. Sorry, I'm fucking this up here. Segura's pilot, sale and film development bring him closer to the fruition of a long-time goal. He expressed interest in filmmaking over the years, while appearing an actor in a number of high-profile sub-projects, and had to, at this point, satisfy with the aspect of creative ambitions through the creation of pre-recorded video content for the live editions of Your Mum's House podcast, which garnered a major audience in the thick of the pandemic. In terms of new projects, Segura also last week teased further expansions to his podcast network. Just recently, he and his wife and fellow comedian Christina Pajinski launched First Date, a romance-themed pod of shorter length hosted by comedian and content creator Lauren Compton, and soon the comic said he'll see the launch of Not Today Pal, a long discussed, though previously untitled, new podcast hosted by Sopranos alumni and friends of Your Mum's House, Jamie Lynn Siegler and Rob Eibler. That comes out next month. Then we might have another one coming out about a month later. Jesus Christ, that's pretty crazy, man. Interesting to see, innit? Lots of stuff coming out. I thought there was a little bit of podcast fatigue, but it seems like they're still doubling down on it. If anything, I think what's happened with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's pod basically being scrapped by Spotify, I think what might happen might be the opposite. It might not be podcast fatigue. We might get back to people only wanting to listen to actual podcasters, actual funny people do podcasts, interesting people, as opposed to celebrities. The whole like get someone famous to sit down on a microphone and talk might be over, but maybe it might make people go back to, okay, I want to be entertained. I want to be listen to people who are literally good at what they do. They've done this for a long time and not just doing this as a cash grab. Maybe that's what might happen, because these guys are pumping out the pods. They're not stopping, mate. I mean, there's been no stop, and clearly there's appetite for it because brands are lining up to sponsor it. Advertisers, streaming platforms want to get behind stuff like this. So clearly the money is there, the interest is there. So maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that is what's happening actually. But big up Tom Segura, man. Big deals. He's not betting on himself. He's betting on the house, right? He's funding it himself. That this is what betting on yourself actually looks like. He funded the entire thing, like feature films and stuff. That stuff is not cheap. And then he shopped it out there, got it bought, and now he's going to continue on from then on. So you can't be mad at this guy, but he must have bucks in it. He must have fucking bucks to film all this shit, take the brunt, bear the brunt of the cost up front, and then shop it around, hoping somebody buys it, you know, and just do it for the love. Just do it for the fuck of it. Fuck it. Let me just put something out there that's funny. If it pops and it blows, fair enough. That's beautiful. But I'm doing it so I can kind of, you know, have something fun out there. Add to my CV, make my IMDb look more interesting. Like, credit to the guy, man. Congratulations. Credit to him. Impossible to hate that sort of stuff, to be fair. Impossible to hate that sort of stuff. Moving on. What else you got to talk about here? Oh, yeah, you've seen this. This is pretty good. Hopefully WWE doesn't take me down for this one. This is amazing. Big up the Friday Kids subreddit, guys, for putting it together. Vince McMahon calls out the rapist. This is fucking phenomenal. So phenomenal, I might have to take away the fucking chat box for a bit. 1 second. This is really good. This is phenomenal. Watch this.
Come on out, you rapist!
Obviously, the Peds and Aaron Horn.
Wait a minute!
A big man says rapist and outsteps Bryan Callen. Looking every bit of the 5'7" rapist. They weren't friends. Bryan said him and Chris weren't friends. They didn't really hang out with each other a lot. Hardly saw each other. Never hung out once outside of the Comedy Store. Never got dinner. Weren't really that friendly. Don't know him. Don't even know his middle name. Don't even know if he does comedy. Remember? And they've got all this footage of them together, performing in places, hanging about in places. Absolutely funny, man. Absolutely love it, man. So big up the Friday Kids subreddit guys for putting that together. That was absolutely phenomenal. Come out, you rapist! Let's hear that one more time. I want to hear that. Let's just hear that. That's so good.
Come on out, you rapist!
Obviously, the Peds and Aaron Horn.
Wait a minute!
Yeah! How did you
It's the face here that I love. It's the face. Look at that. That's the face of somebody. You're going to be my girlfriend now, right? You're my girlfriend now. What am I? A big bad rapist? Is that how to go? Oh, that's fucking fantastic. I love it. Big up those guys. Absolutely genius. This might be my favorite. This is by a user called Hunt Alahassi or something, right? This might be my favorite. Look what this person did. Look at the creativity that exists on the Friday Kids subreddit. This is absolutely insane. Look what they did. Thick Boy Music Club, right? A Spotify playlist. And all the song titles sound like something Brendan would say. Like, do you know how insanely difficult something is to do? Like, how hard it is to do something like this. Like, let's get it zoomed in a bit more. Let's go over here like that so you can see it. But look at this shit, right? Thick Boy Music Club, Spotify playlist. Let's actually make this chat thing a bit smaller so you can see it. Bear with me a second here whilst I make this look good. This is ridiculously good, right? Look at this. It starts off, right? Thick Boy Music Club. What's up, Denver? according to my North Star, Floyd Mayweather, I'm that white boy who works too much. Do you have that? Do you have that chip? The thing is, Joe Rogan won't return my calls. Anyway, the comedy mothership don't matter. Bappa has to be holding down the fort in LA. I wish I was a funny comedian, but I'm not selling out arenas. But instead, every day I'm drinking Tiger Thick, sweet nectar. Axe Ching a Ling. He is Asian as shit. Dicey. I just go. If you wanted to hurt me, you got me, brother. This is my time. Thank you, Denver. Stay thick, ride thick. Can't talk Lopez. Hello, Shane. This is fucking insane. Do you know how hard it is to do this and put this shit together? All of these artists that have kind of had fucking song titles that match what Brendan said. George Duke, Lionel Richie, Honk, 21 Pilots, Black Saber, Larry Kidd, Tiger Author, Code Lane, Michael McDonald, Jail, Bo Burnham, George Michael the Legend, R.I.P., Ghost, Still Woods, Remy Wolf, one of my favorites actually, an undercover. Remy Wolf is fucking fantastic. ABBA, Little Big. Oh my god, mate. So good. Madonna, Burnham, King Leon, Aurora, Tom Hangerman, Hunter, Karen, Foxygen, another legendary band. Check them out also if you're a fan. Troy Boy, Bikini, like fucking Young Thug. So good. Honestly, absolutely amazing, man. Big up that user for putting that stuff together. So fucking amazing. The white boy who works too much. What up, Denver? According to my North Star, Floyd Mayweather, I'm the white boy who works too much. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely love it. Big up the Fight and the Kid subreddit guys. You guys are absolutely incredible. You smash it every single time. Moving on. We got this clip again taken from the Fight and the Kid sub, showing Joe Rogan's inability to, oh no, Joe Rogan's tendency to believe headlines that he sees on social media. Now, what's the deal with this, you guys think? Why does Rogan seem to be so easily duped by these headlines on social media? Is this like a boomer thing? Or is this just him being dumb? Because I don't think he's a dumb guy. He seems like a smart dude in his particular niches. But for some reason, when he sees headlines or little viral bits of news on social media, he immediately believes it without doing any sort of research or investigation himself. He just believes it off the cuff of just a, snapshot little couple of articles here and there or whatever titles. It's very odd. Let's play this clip so you can see it.
You know that volcano that just erupted? There was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Surely if you heard that, it would sound like, oh, really? Like, that's what you'd think. You think, whoa, that's really interesting. But also you'd be like, that doesn't sound believable. But it'd be, something you'd want to investigate, because if it was true, you'd want to be screaming that out from the fucking rafters. So I'd want to make sure it's actually legit. So I'd investigate. But he just believes it straight up. Look at his face. Look how dead certain he is that's true. Why does he believe it off the cuffs like that? It's so weird.
Really? Where did you find that?
Fact check, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass, dude.
Yeah, he's not happy about it in the slightest. Let's see, where's that? Yeah.
On your ass, dude.
Yeah.
He didn't like that in the slightest. Let's try it one more time. That's so lovely.
You know that volcano that just erupted? There was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really? Where did you find that?
Fact checked, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass, dude.
Yeah.
Like he didn't like being corrected, and it actually annoys him when he finds out he got duped. But what is that? Is that boomer brain? Like, what's happening there? Is that boomer brain? Is that him? The boomer brain. Is that boomer brain? Is Rogan not as smart as I think he is? Like, what's the deal? He seems to get duped by this quite often. He'll see viral bits of news online and just immediately go for it. Yeah, oh my God, did you hear? Did you hear this? Did you hear that? It's like, brother, like, did you do any research? Did you find out what's going on? Or are you just going to run with it because it fits your fucking narrative, as Brendan would say? It's utterly bizarre. I find it really strange somebody like him doesn't do more investigative research or digging to find out if what he saw online was actually legit or true or not. Like, why just believe it off the cuff? It's so odd to me. Really, really odd to me. But, you know, what do I know? What do I know? What you guys saying here? Oh, yeah, big up, Rodeo. I see you there, my guy. What's up? What you saying? So he chats like a chat GPT. Exactly. That's true. Rogan is just a WhatsApp auntie. Yeah, exactly, Z. Exactly. WhatsApp auntie is exactly how Rogan acts. WhatsApp auntie is awesome. Joe gets his news from Facebook conspiracy articles like Aunt Sue posts. Exactly. I love how Shane doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, like, really? Exactly. If you went to hurt me, you got me right. It's so stupid. If you wanted to hurt me, you got me right. Oh, Uche's fucking ridiculous, I swear to God. Just a couple of guys chatting shit. He's crazy gullible. Yeah, true. Yeah, his personality is too connected to believing in conspiracies. He's just one of those guys. Okay, yeah, true. That's a good point, actually. I didn't think about that. Yeah, true. He's that is who he is, isn't it? At his heart, he is a conspiratorial guy anyway. So maybe he's more susceptible to that kind of news than most people. But oh man, I love that sort of stuff when he gets when he gets corrected via Google and it makes him angry. You can clearly see it pisses him off when he finds out what he thought was true isn't true. Anyway, let's watch this clip. I haven't actually watched this in full yet, but I want to watch this with you guys. It says Brendan asks the most important questions. So let's see. This is going to be quite cringy, I'm sure, because it's taken from a Fight Companion, I think. No, sorry, not a Fight Companion, a Food Truck Diaries. So this is probably going to be really hurtful to watch and kind of cringe, but we're going to cringe and watch this together, okay? Before we do that, actually, let me change the thing back to normal because I want everyone to make sure that they can chat if they want to in the stream. So let me take it off fucking, whatchamacallit? Let me take it off while I had it on before. So it's not on streamers only, so everyone can chat freely on there if they want to, my brothers and sisters. Bear with me a second while I get everything loaded on my end. Customization. Okay, cool. Participation. Let's go back to anyone. Cool. Now anyone can fucking fly. Natashki, if you bring up some old topics, if you bring up old situations again, I'm going to time you out, okay? And if you keep doing this, I'm going to ban you because you're spouting lies about me. I never said that. Remember when AZ said, what date was the 4th of July? Honestly, if you keep doing this, if you keep trying to badmouth my name, I'm going to time you out. And then you're going to get banned, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, my nose. What day is the... Oh, what day is the 4th of July? Oh, mate, we all have, you know what it is? I legitimately think this is true. And I think this is true. I think all the hours I've wasted of my life watching content about Brendan, laughing at him and other LA comedic guys has legitimately broken my brain and made me more redacted. I was pretty intelligent before I started doing this sort of shit. I swear to God. I was way more articulate than I was now. And now, look what's happening to me. All right? So it's not my fault. It's them. It's them. As per usual, as a consummate narcissist as I am, it's never my fault. It's always their fault. Okay, I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Big up DSP. Big up DSP. Anyway, let's see this clip here. Oh, this is gonna hurt me, but let's see it anyway. Let's see what Brendan's doing here.
What's up, big dog? What's
going on?
What's up, champ?
Chilling, man. Out here in LA, loving this weather.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
Whoever added this sad music underneath what Brendan's talking about, what he's saying, you're cruel. And also, I find it funny that he's still wearing this fucking, what they called again? Redskins hat, right? The names have changed to what? Washington something, right? I love how he wears this hat to try and be an edgelord. to try and be a little bit like, you know, racy and whatnot. But he has nothing really to say. He just likes the hat because of the design, but he wants to wear it as like a signal to kind of be like, look, I'm still wearing the racially insensitive hat, you know, because I don't care. Whatever. And also, how many teams does this motherfucker follow? Like, how many different team merch pieces does he have in his fucking wardrobe? It must be sickening how many different colored jerseys he has in his wardrobe, man. Like, have some embarrassment. Have some shame.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
A little different. Jersey's nice right now, right?
It's starting to cool. It just got a cold front. What, last week, 2 weeks ago, so it was about 60. Now 60 and 50.
And it gets cold out there.
Yeah.
Good food, though.
Oh, yeah. Chicago pizzas.
Hell yeah, dog. How you feeling, man? And I was saying this because I watched your fight, which amazing.
It sounds like two work colleagues. No, this sounds like when you just start at work, you know? It's like a first couple of days at a new job. And you have to kind of exchange that, you know, weird kind of pleasantries around the fucking coffee machine. Right? This sounds like the beginning of it, don't you think?
Hey, loving this weather.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
A little different. Jersey's nice right now, right?
It's starting to cool. It just got a cold front. What, last week, 2 weeks ago, so it was about 60.
What?
Now 60 and 50.
And it gets cold out there.
Yeah.
Good food, though.
Oh, yeah. Chicago pizzas.
Hell yeah, dog. How you feeling, man? And I was saying this because I watched your fight, which amazing performance against Ryan Bader. Obviously, you were in the UFC, went to Bellator. You know, you fought some tough guys in Bellator. You know, you're getting kind of, you know, your beak wet in Bellator. And then you get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. So I was like, man, this is a tough fight for Corey, man. This is the first kind of test in Bellator. To me, this was like...
Yo, he's asking him a question. How long is he going to be speaking for? Holy shit. He's been speaking for like 30 seconds, asking a question. What's happening here?
The first fight to see if the decision to go to Bellator is the right choice.
I mean,
and also the UFC, you know, they're running a business. So I get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. Like, you just won fights. I'm like, what are we doing, man? Like, let's line up the fighters. And Ryan Bader is at the highest level. You're talking about 2 division weight.
He still hasn't asked the question. He still hasn't asked the question. He still hasn't asked the question. I'm going to rewind to the beginning. Hold on. I have to get through this. Look at this. He still hasn't asked the question. Hold on. How long is it now? It's been more than 30 seconds. Hold on. Let's go back to the bit. It's here. Let's go. He's speaking.
Good food, though.
Oh, yeah. Chicago pizzas.
Hell yeah, dog. How you feeling, man? And I was saying this because I watched your fight, which amazing performance against Ryan Bader. Obviously, you were in the UFC, went to Bellator. You know, you fought some tough guys in Bellator. You know, you're getting kind of, you know, your beak wet in Bellator. And then you get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. So I was like, man, this is a tough fight for Corey, man. This is the first kind of test in Bellator. To me, this was like the first fight to see if the decision to go to Bellator is the right choice. I mean, and also the UFC.
Jesus Christ, brother. Ask the man the question. They're still going.
You know, they're running a business. So I get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion.
He's just standing there looking at him, waiting for the question mark. Bless this guy, man. Oh, my God.
Champion, light heavyweight champion. Like, you just won fights. I'm like, what are we doing, man? Like, let's line up the fighters. And Ryan Bader is at the highest level. You're talking about 2 division weight champion. He's beat everybody. So when we came to Bellator, it's always tricky, man, because it's different. A lot of UFC guys, and everyone say, oh, Bellator's just because UFC, or one championship just because UFC. A lot of those guys who were UFC superstars went to Bellator, they weren't in their prime. Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light
No, this has to be edited. This has to be edited. I don't believe this is true. This has to be edited. We're approaching the end and he still hasn't asked the question. It's been a minute of him talking. No question asked so far.
Champion. So we didn't know where Bellator was at. To me, that like solidified you making the right decision.
What? Now he speaks. It's not even a question.
Solidified you making the right decision.
What the fuck was that? I don't even know what he asked. What was he asking here?
Which amazing performance against Ryan Bader. Obviously, you were in the UFC, went to Bellator. you know, you fought some tough guys in Bellator. You know, you're getting kind of, you know, your beak wet in Bellator. And then you get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. So I was like, man, this is a tough fight for Corey, man. This is the first kind of test in Bellator. To me, this was like the first fight to...
Yeah, exactly. Rafael Quinta, this is like when a random drunk guy starts speaking to you outside of the bar when you go for a cigarette. Exactly. It's just like, it's not going anywhere.
See if the decision to go to Bellator is the right choice. I mean, and also the UFC, you know, they're running business. So I get Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. Like, you just won fights. I'm like, what are we doing, man? Like, let line up the fighters. And Ryan Bader is at the highest level. You're talking about 2 division weight champion. He's beat every...
It sounds like he's arguing that Ryan Bader is still a better fighter than him, even though he beat him. Doesn't it? It kind of sounds like. It sounds like he's like vying for Ryan Bader more so than the guy he's interviewing.
Everybody. So when we came to Bellator, it's always tricky, man, because it's different. A lot of UFC guys, and everyone say, oh, Bellator's just good as UFC, or one championship just good as UFC. A lot of those guys who were UFC superstars went to Bellator.
No, this has to be edited. I don't care. Someone edited this. I don't think he no way he spoke for this long without asking the question.
They weren't in their prime. Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, you know, talking about a heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. So we didn't know where Bellator was at. To me, that like solidified you making the right decision.
He gassed up Ryan Bader more so than this guy he's speaking to. Oh. The fact that they're talking about this stuff out in front of a bush, in front of their office block is absolutely incredible, man. This is so hilariously good. Wow. Wow. I don't know what to say. That was absolutely incredible. No conversations had, nothing actually spoken about. Everyone going around in circles. And we didn't even get close to him asking a question. But then someone else linked to this actually, which might be this actually might top it. This is a post from a while back. This is who was this? Who was the interview? Who was this? Who was the guy getting interviewed? Who was the guy getting interviewed? Who was it? Let me just double check so I can show you before I show you. Oh, Dane Cook. This is probably best because this might be this might be the best one actually. The dumbest and longest question ever in THICCC history. Because I think he does this sometimes. I think with the UFC guys or fighters, it makes sense why he does these kind of meandering, long questions that don't really go anywhere, because it's a weird way to sort of like pretend like you know what you're talking about. So you sound like you're a little bit educated, and you sound like you've considered your question and you're trying to ask something more insightful and inquisitive. But I think with comedians or people that he looks up to, he just gets a bit excited and it just forgets he's talking. And I think this is a good example of it. He just forgets, like, you know, he just is so excited. He just wants to kind of keep rabbiting on. But this might be up there with it. So this is Brendan attempted to ask Dane Cook a question. A very insightful one. Let's play this one.
That is true.
Right? Do you feel like when you and I were talking at the Improv, do you feel like the younger generation, and I figured you knew it was going to come, but the appreciation, like the respect you have as like, now you're an OG, like, because you were like a pioneer, right? The MySpace and your marketing. I'm influenced by it. Schultz is influenced by it. Everybody is.
Kevin Hart.
And you were the first one to do it. Do you feel because anybody I talk to, especially if they have a marketing mind, everyone mentions Dane Cook. Dane Cook. And do you feel that respect?
I think that is true.
Right?
Do you feel that marketing respect? I don't know what that even means. Dane Cook was getting bored mid-sentence of him asking the question. Oh my God, my face. Hey, yo, big up Richard Williams for the $4.99.
You know Bappa goes on long ramblings. If anything, they cut it down.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah, good point actually, Richard Williams. Yeah, maybe they did cut it down. I've still got a feeling that it was edited. I think they cut out some of the bits of the UFC fighter asking questions or doing like or stuff like that. I think they cut out all the and stuff to make it look worse than what it was. Because I can't believe he just stood there for a minute with his hands in his pockets waiting for Brendan to get to the point of what he was saying. But this is hilarious. This question, like, you know, you can see Dane get bored like 3 or 4 times in between the question. And this wasn't even as long as the first one. And this actually was a better question, maybe even than the first one. Let's go one more time. Like, do you think you get the marketing respect? Okay,
It's true.
Right. Do you feel like when you and I were talking at the Improv, do you feel like the younger generation, and I figured you knew it was going to come, but the appreciation, like the respect you have as like, now you're an OG, like, because you were like a pioneer, right? The MySpace and your marketing. I'm influenced by it. Schulz is influenced by it. Everybody is.
Kevin Hart.
And you were the first one to do it. Do you feel because anybody I talk to, especially if they have a marketing mind, everyone mentions Dane Cook. And do you feel that respect?
I think
he probably interrupted him as well. As soon as he started asking the question, he probably interrupted him as well. Straight away, as soon as he answered it, he probably started interrupting him. That's absolutely incredible. What he's saying here in the chat, cross legs with the hand on the knee, he just goes. I don't know how he does it. All this junk must be suffocating to breathe. To be fair, the skinny jeans on him, I get it. You know, he's a bigger dude. You kind of have to, if you want to, jazz up your outfits a little bit. You don't want to just wear like, I don't know, fucking Shaq jeans. You probably should put skinny jeans on just to kind of, give your outfits a little bit of an extra sparkle. I understand why he does it, so I'm not really too mad at it, to be fair. If anything, I'm more mad at the fact that he wears pants with fucking elasticated bottoms than I am with the skinny jeans, personally. Anyone here knows why he's the way he sits like that, sitting like a mum at a school event, Coiler. The epitome of he just goes. I want to interview Bill Burr. I'd pay to see that. Actually, hasn't Bill Burr been on Fighting the Kid before? I'm pretty sure he has. I'm pretty sure Bill Burr has been on Fighting the Kid. Let me just check my phone here. Bill Burr, THICCC. I'm pretty sure he's been back in the day in the old studio. Yeah, he has, yeah. This is Fox days. Mamma mia, that was a long time ago. He's only been on since, that's the only time he went on, ever. When they used to be on Fox. That's wild. Holy shit. Well, he's been on more times than fucking Joe Rogan has anyway. Rogan completely has refused to go on their show, absolutely. But yeah, okay, cool. He's been on once before. I didn't know that. Oh, I did know that actually, but I didn't know it was that far behind. Loopy, legit. I don't think Bab watches himself eat like ever. This is redacted on a divine level. Oh, honestly, this is one more time for just Dane Cook's face. I'm actually gonna do this because I think this might be right. this might be a good way to do this actually. Let's actually put this smaller. And just, I want to zoom into Dane Cook's face throughout the entire process of this fucking conversation because I think he just like doesn't know what to do with his face. Let's just zoom in on Dane Cook. One more time. Let's look at it. Let's look at Dane Cook.
I think that is true.
Right. Do you feel like when you and I were talking at the Improv, do you feel like the younger?
I love the little drop as well, the little subtle name drop, location drop. Like, we're friends. We speak outside of this. We got each other's numbers.
Generation, and I figured you knew it was going to come, but the appreciation, like the respect you have as like, now you're an OG, like, because you were like a pioneer, right? The MySpace and your marketing. I'm influenced by it. Schulz is influenced by it. Everybody is.
Kevin Hart.
And you were the first one to do it. Do you feel because anybody I talk to, especially
he's looking at his assistant like, who is this guy? Look, he does a quick scan. Like, who is this guy? Like, why is he just talking at me? I had to catch this, please. I had to catch
one
this.
to do it. Do you feel because anybody I talk to,
look at that. Who's there? No one. He just looks. He's just confused.
especially if they have a marketing mind, everyone mentions Dane Cook. And do you feel that respect?
Oh, it's fucking brilliant. Oh, fucking no. I absolutely love it, man. Yeah, of course he's not influenced by Dane Cook. He probably didn't even know who he was before he started doing stand-up anyway, man. Like, it's just all cap. It's reverse North Starisms, what he does, I mean. Oh, my God. Absolutely love that one. Let's play this clip, actually. This is a really good one. You seen Rogan at a ZACK BRYAN concert. This is quite good. Seeing Rogan's legs, actually, is actually funny. because you don't see his legs. You just see him behind the desk and seeing him trying to dance. Oh, this is fucking brilliant, actually. This is one of the best clips ever. I'm assuming Zach Bryan is some sort of country band, right? I've not heard of who the fuck is Zach Bryan. I'm gonna Google this now. Who's this? Is like a Morgan Wallen type of dude, yeah? Yeah, Zach Bryan, some white dude that kind of looks albino. You know, doing his thing. Big up him. But yeah, look at all the fun that Rogan's having at this show. See him there? Look Rogan clapping like he's in church. Sorry, look at this. Look. Oh, there is a suggestion here that he's wearing platforms. Not too sure how true that is, to be fair. Maybe just like, you know, it's his going out boots, but there is a suggestion that he's got extra thick shoes on to make himself look taller, but I don't think there's anything you could do to make that guy look taller. He just is where he is height-wise. But I think most dudes, if you can get away with wearing a thicker sole, why wouldn't you? But yeah, the shoes are mad, isn't it? Like, he looks like a Oompa Loompa on stage. He looks so awkward just standing there on the side like that as well. This is a terrible VIP section anyway for a band. Either they should make you stand on the side of the stage so they can't be on the stage, or you should be standing in front of the crowd. But just standing next to them where they're playing and you're not really involved, it's such an awkward place anyway, to be fair to them. Then they're like in a weird dead zone type of area if you look at where they're standing. You know, like, look, bloody hell, mate. That Zach Bryan guy's very popular, isn't he? That looks like a fucking 10,000 plus audience. That looks crazy big. Okay, cool. So I guess that makes a lot of sense in that regard. But yeah, and then him clapping at the end's the best bit. I love Rogan clapping. Rogan thinks he's at Hillsong with that guy with the dick root. Look at it, he got down and bent with him. Oh, bless that guy, man. Bless that guy. There's a Rogan at a concert having fun, enjoying himself. Big up him, big up him. Anyway. Yeah, that dude looks like a child. Steroid bitch. Yeah, Tashki, he's offensively short. Yeah, he really is, man. We are. Humanity is really lucky and thankful that he didn't. You know, if you find him annoying now, imagine if he was 6'4" with like long flowing hair up until his bum. He'd be unbearable. So you have to thank the universe, whoever created us, that he's not 6'4", mate. Because if he was, he'd be. You know what I mean? He'd be way more unbearable than he is already now. Oh, Jesus Christus. Let's see what's happening here. So there's this clip as well taken from Kill Tony featuring Theo Vaughn, which is a little bit upsetting, to be fair, because I know he said he's already battling sobriety and doing all that good stuff and whatever it may be, but it looks like he may have succumbed to his demons. If you see this clip, does this look like mushroom high? Does this look like class A high? Like, what does this look like to you? I don't really know, to be fair. Or is he just, you know, having one of those moments where you're on the stage, you just feel a little bit, you know, you're a little bit off it? What do you think this is? Mushroom high or something more harder, more harsher?
He went to South Korea, everybody. He's in South Korea. You can't make this shit up. He's in South Korea, and he's going to miss tonight's episode. But in his place, it is the young man who very well might eventually replace him full-time as a regular on this show. This guy was made a golden ticket winner. 5 penalty on the field. Taking it too far on red band. 5 minutes of silence. Okay. Out of the bucket a second ago. This is definitely his first time on the show. I would know if I'd seen this name before. Make some noise for Matt the Dumb.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I think of that, to be fair, because it seems strange if you're sobered or you're like in recovery or whatever it may be, that you'd be allowed to do mushrooms. You know, he looks like he's scratching his balls and it's really hitting the spot. Yeah, probably that as well. That's good, but I don't know. Like, it seems odd that you'd be allowed to do mushrooms if you're meant to be in recovery. It doesn't seem like the. But again, you know, he might be LA sober, which is a whole different type of sober. I don't be too sure what the vibe is, but you really shouldn't be, you know, prescribed that sort of shit in any kind of meaningful way, because it can be, you would imagine, a gateway to other shit also that you're probably shouldn't be doing.
He went to South Korea, everybody. He's in South Korea. You can't make this shit up. He's in South Korea, and he's going to miss tonight's episode. But in his place, it is the young man who very well might eventually replace him full-time as a regular on this show. This guy was made a golden...
Yeah, I'm thinking shrooms. Me too. I'm thinking it feels more like shrooms than it feels like anything else. I'm not getting meth. I'm not getting coke. I'm getting more shrooms personally. But also, if you're doing that, you can't really say you're sober, really, can you? Because it's still drugs. I know it's not as bad as everything else, but it's still drugs, isn't it? So I think it's not the greatest thing that you should be pushing or promoting in any way, shape or form if you're meant to be on the straight and narrow, really and truly. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking into it way too deep. Not really too sure. But he doesn't look in a good place. He kind of looks like, you know, that time we went to Joey Diaz's place and he did that show. That's what he kind of looks like to me, a little bit.
He went to South Korea, everybody. He's in South Korea. You can't make this shit up. He's in South Korea, and he's going to miss tonight's episode. But in his place, it is the young man who very well might eventually...
He looks absolutely geeked, doesn't it? Especially with those glasses, you know, magnifying his eyes. He looks absolutely yacked. Oh, big up Theo.
Replace him full-time as a regular on this show. This guy was made a golden ticket winner. 5 penalty on the field. Taking it too far on red band. 5 minutes of silence. Okay. Out of the bucket a second ago. This is definitely his first time on the show.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, to be fair. I love it. Yeah. That's hilarious. He's looking like something at some, yeah. So I think psychedelics too. I don't think it's anything more crazy than that. You know, you got to do it to cope. Maybe being in a room full of strangers like that, it probably is the only thing that you can do that's going to make you feel somewhat at ease and comfortable in your own skin. So I don't know. Let the guy do what he wants to do, I guess, in some respect. He's a grown up. If he can handle it, he can handle it. Kind of is what it is. But I don't know. I find it funny when these guys say they're in recovery and they're going to meetings and then you see them drinking and going out and doing or whatever. It's like, I thought you were meant to be going to flipping AA and shit. Like, this isn't something that you're meant to be doing, no, I'd imagine. But hey, you know, when it comes to that sort of stuff, what do I know? What do I know? Okay, moving on. What's we going to talk about this? We spoke about that. We spoke about this. Bear with me 1 second. Let's see what else is out here to speak about. Oh yeah, we've got to speak about this actually. We've got to go through loads of this stuff. So bear with me 1 second. I have to quickly blow my nose. I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Bear with me a second here.
Blow your nose or nose your blow?
If you wanted to hurt me, brother, you hurt me. Okay, cool. Let's go. So I had to get a little, you know, cold brew vibe going. You know what I mean? To keep me going. Fuck, you know. Bloody hell. Ooh, coffee's strong. Let's get the cold brew going. Let's get the cold brew going. What are you guys saying in the chat? Are people insulting me? People insult me. I saw AZ say Gringo Poppy was legitimately funny. I wonder if he stands by that hot take. Hey, Starlux, don't misinterpret what I say or I'm going to ban you. Okay? I never said it was legitimately funny. I said, in my opinion, I said that You'd Be Surprised was a better stand-up special than Gringo Pappy. But maybe there was more jokes per minute than in, you know, Gringo Pappy. But I never said it was legitimately funny. Do not misinterpret what I say, okay? I know I have very bad hot takes. I'm very known on this stream for having terrible hot takes. But when I have them, I have them. When I don't, I don't, okay? Now people are spreading lies about me, saying that I'm the person that was saying Gringo Pappy was good. My reputation's awful out here in these internet streets. People thinking, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this redact? What? No, that was a direct quote. Starlux. Okay. Oh, you got me. It didn't happen, man. It didn't happen, man. I'm gonna retcon that like DSP. Anyway, oh, my head is fucking hurting. Cool. Wow, man, I got so much shit to get through. So let's go through this stuff quickly here. This is from the latest episode, or not latest, but 904 of yeah, exactly, Jan. AZ using the out of context YouTube. Exactly. You took what I said out of context, even though you can find the entire context of what I said in the live stream. You can find the exact quote. With the context, that's probably exactly what he said it was. I'm going to say it was out of context, and I'm going to say I don't remember. You know? Oh, mate. That's my, yeah, exactly. That's my new law. That's a new arc of the stream. Ban arc. Anytime anybody reminds you of something dumb I say, ban, 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 ban. Fuck that shit. Oh, anyway. Ooh, let's go on. So, episode 904 of T4K. There was this really interesting clip that I thought was really, really funny, right? Because for whatever reason, Brendan can't seem to be able to pronounce Covina. He somehow pronounces it Covinha, which kind of sounds Portuguese, kind of sounds Spanish. It's just a strange way to pronounce a word that looks pretty easy to pronounce phonetically, right? It's just strange how he pronounces it. So look at this clip, because he keeps doing this Covinha thing. And again, now I'm confused, because my first impression of Brendan, was that he was too lazy to enunciate words properly. So he'd rather just get it wrong and just bail on it. Now I don't know. Now I'm thinking maybe he might be legitimately, redacted. Because why are you pronouncing Covinha, when it just is, it's sound and it's spelt like Covina? Like, what is that all about? Please, someone tell me. Let's hear Brendan here.
I'm in Covina.
You're in Covina.
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 You're in Covina
this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Brand new. I'm at that new. It's a little theater out there in Covina, California.
Covina.
Covina.
Covina again. I might freak out.
How do you say it?
Covina.
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 It's not Covina.
Covina.
Because Covina would be NIA.
There it is, the new Laugh Track, this little theater they just bought out there, so it should be pretty dope. It's that new. Come get some this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. David Lucas will be with me. Come get some, fam. Tickets at thickboy.com. New merch also available, new baseball jersey.
So what do you think that's about? What's the Covinha thing about? Please, somebody tell me. Why does he keep pronouncing it Covinha when it's clearly Covina? Because at first I thought Brendan's pronunciation thing was to do with him just being lazy. He can't bother to enunciate words properly. So if he gets it just about right, he just says that and just continues and bails on it. But now with this whole Covinha thing, I'm not really too sure if I was correct.
Same teeth, all good. What were you saying? B, let's take a little break. I'm in Covina.
You're in Covina.
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 You're in Covina
this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Brand new. I'm at that new. It's a little theater out there in Covina, California.
Covina.
Covina.
Covina again. I might freak out.
How do you say it?
Covina.
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 It's not Covina.
Covina.
Because Covina would be NIA.
There it is, the new Laugh Track, this little theater.
I love how he doesn't admit his mistake. There it is. Yo, big up my guy, Robert Henry, poet. Yes. Big up the Cold Brew Gang. Big up the Cold Brew Gang. I got a bit cheeky and put in a little dash of dark chocolate, but big up the Cold Brew Gang regardless anyway. We're sipping, we're drinking, and we're keeping it mean. But yeah, this is, I love the Covinha thing, man. This is is that like a sign of narcissism? That inability to admit mistakes when presented with it. Like, I wonder. What do you think? Because that's really odd. That's a little thing. Oh yeah, my bad. That's a little thing where you can just be like, you know what, my bad. I pronounced it wrong. Wait, what is it again? Covina. Okay, cool. Covina. My bad. Like, he just refuses even to admit it's wrong. He just plows on. He doesn't even admit he's wrong there. He just goes, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Covina.
Because Covina would be NIA.
There it is, the new Laugh.
There it is.
Track, this little theater they just bought out there, so it should be pretty dope. It's that new. Come get some this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. David Lucas will be with me. Come get some, fam. Tickets at thickboy.com.
Cool, but yeah, I love it, man. Covina. You know what it kind of reminds me of a little bit? What's that clip? Covina, what's it remind me of? Is it Vince McMahon? Or is it yeah, it's kind of like how Trump pronounced China, like a little bit, you know? It's like a weird way to pronounce it. Or something Vince said as well. I'm not too sure. But anyway, regardless, I love it, man. It's such an easy word to pronounce, and he just refuses to pronounce it properly. Covina. Anyway, let's move. Actually, let's play a clip actually from him being there recently at the Laugh Factory he's been meant to be performing at. This is taken from an Instagram stories of I think of these couple of guys that are out there. For once, to be fair to Brendan, for once, usually I say Brendan seems like the type of guy that doesn't like his fans, but I think in this particular clip, he actually comes across pretty well in this particular Instagram stories. Like, he looks like he's actually wants to not hang out, but like, he doesn't mind having a stop and chat with these kids and whatnot and saying hi to them. Because I think they generally are they genuinely look like fans of Brendan. You know, they genuinely look like fans of his. So these are these fans that he bumps into during his Laugh Factory residency or tour that he's trying to, you know, so he's trying to spin. And he looks like he actually doesn't mind hanging out with them, to be completely fair. Let me take off that music because I'm going to get it copyright striked. But if you see this, right, he actually looks like he doesn't mind chilling with them. Let's get to the next Instagram story. Bear with me a second as it loads up. Booty, 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 boo, boo, boo. And then you'll see them, and he actually looks like he actually doesn't mind hanging out with these kids. Let's continue on here a little bit. There we go, COVINA, and you'll see them here with them. So these are the two kids that he bumps into, right, at this Laugh Factory thing, and he actually looks like he actually has a good time with them. Actually,
off-topic podcast right here at the Laugh Factory in Covina. Ready for Brendan.
See, even these kids who look like they're Mexican or Latino or whatever, you know, they're from an Hispanic background. Even they pronounce it Covina. So why is he pronouncing it Covina? Please, someone tell me. Let's go back one more. Let's do one more. They say it right. They say it right.
Off-topic podcast right here at the Laugh Factory in Covina. Ready for Brendan's topic. Brown. That's right.
Oh, come on.
Steve, that's when you know you're fucking weird dad.
Dude, no way, man. Big Brown.
Keep podcasting, man.
Tiger.
Keep crushing.
Pretty decent. So yeah, fair play to him. He said we got to talk to Brendan SCHAUB about the content creation and many other things. Next time he comes to town, we're gonna run it. Thank you, Big Brown. Most likely he's never gonna, you know, he's not gonna stop for them ever again in the history of the world. But really and truly, this is who he should be embracing. Like his actual fans, because these kids look like they're actually fans of his. That's what he should be doing. But you know, deep down, he hates that his fans look like this. Like he wants his fans to look like Bussin' with the Boys types. You know, that's what he wants. He wants those kind of like big white, you know, husky, tattooed up, cool guys. That's who he wants to be, his fans. But the fact that he's got these guys as fans, he doesn't actually like it, which is really horrible. He should actually be leaning into these guys more and be kind of bigging these guys up more, getting them to call in, I don't know, showing them some love, going on their podcast, even if they've got fucking 10 listeners, just as like a fan love thing. That's actually what he should be doing, to actually create community, create a little bit of fan, you know, create a legit fan base, a backing, whatever it may be. The fans will get invested in seeing them succeed also. Like that's what you should be doing, really and truly. But deep down, you know he doesn't actually you know he's not happy that he has fans that look like that. He wants his fans to look, I don't know, cooler, you know? That's what he actually wants. Like he doesn't like that his fans look like this in the slightest, especially, you know, look, he's wearing an NWO t-shirt. Brendan hates wrestling. The other kid had a Hulk Hogan shirt on. Like, you know, he despises these children, you know, outside of what he does. But because he's a bit down bad now, he actually, you know, was somewhat nice to them when he spoke to them, which was somewhat decent. And for some reason, he had a random bottle of fucking Tiger Thick just lying around in the boot of his car that he was able to give these kids as some sort of thank you for them, you know, being fans of his and enduring all of his nonsense over the years. I thought that was quite funny, actually. Let's actually move to that bit where he kind of just pulls out a random bottle of Tiger Thick in the back of his car. He just rides with like random bottles of whiskey in the back of his car, just like ready to go at a moment's notice. I find that absolutely hilarious, actually. That's the best bit.
Steve, that's when you know you're fucking weird dad.
Dude, no way, man. Big Brown.
Keep podcasting, man. Keep crushing it, fellas.
Keep podcasting, brothers. Keep crushing it. Please do not talk to me again. I'm only here because my UK talk got cancelled. Please do not come near me ever again. But yeah, random whiskey bottle in the back of the boot of the car with random trainers and random knickknacks is absolutely hilarious. But like I said, I think he should be really taking, you know, respect these kids, honor them, actually embrace them. They're actually your fans. They went to this show which I think COVINA, somebody said is in the middle of nowhere. I think it's outside of LA, right? It's not really easy to get to. So the fact that they're there and they came to a show, clearly these kids are fans. He should be really embracing them. Do you know what I mean? He should have actually went on their fucking pod. He should actually be hanging out with them, giving them some pointers and shit, and just giving them some fucking fan love in that regard. But you know, they're not the coolest looking in his probably point of view, so he allows it. Actually, in this picture, doesn't he look like? This is a bit fucked up to say, right? But doesn't Brendan look like somebody that belongs in a wheelchair, but somebody's holding him up by his legs? Don't you see that? You know, some guys are in wheelchairs, but they get them to stand up and they hold them up like that. Doesn't he look a little bit like that? Especially this leg. Like, it looks like he's got like a leg that doesn't work or something. No, don't you think so? He's kind of look like the bottom half. He should be in a wheelchair. Or my guy bugging out. Like, crazy, isn't it? That's what happens when you stop drinking fucking whiskey every day. I said it before to you guys. Honestly, I think he's lost a lot of weight because he legitimately doesn't drink whiskey every day. Like, if you watch episodes of the THICCC clips, you'll see that he's not always holding a glass of fucking Tiger Thick nectar in his hand all the time. So I think that's helping thin out his face and obviously his legs and shit. But yeah, it's like he kind of looks like a paraplegic. Just a little bit, innit? Big up my paraplegic family, right? Because I actually got family that, you know, are in the two-wheel mafia. But Jesus Christ, man, he legitimately looks like that, innit? But big up Brendan. That was a funny clip. In my opinion, that was a funny clip. I know maybe to you guys it wasn't, but to me, it was. Another indication that Brendan and Joe Rogan aren't the closest anymore. We've got another one of Brendan saying Brendan saying Joe Rogan is short as shit. I thought this was fucking hilarious. Let's see if I can find it here. Where is it? It's about here, right? 34:24. Brendan says Joe Rogan is short as shit. This is another good one. If you need any more proof that Brendan and Joe Rogan aren't close friends anymore, this is it. Because you'd never hear Brendan refer to the master Rogan this way in the past.
Either way, he's way bigger than Mark Zuckerberg.
He's bigger. So let's say 6'2", B. What's your fucking point?
6'3". He's 6'3". He's look at him. Look at him. So look at how much taller he is than Rogan. Come on. And Mark Zuckerberg is about the same size.
Rogan's tiny, dude.
He and Zuckerberg is about the same.
Rogan's tiny, bro.
Same size. So height-wise, not thickness. So Elon's.
That's the face of somebody that's just waiting to hate, you know? That's the waiting to hate face. What can I hate on now? So much to say, so much bitterness and anger inside of me. I hate this man for giving me a career and just trying to snatch it all away again. That's my hot take, actually. That's hot take I'm going to stand by. And this is a contrarian hot take. A contrarian hot take. All right, what's up, Robert Henry Poet says, everything you just suggested Brendan do is too sophisticated. Yeah, true, probably. You got a good point. Maybe it is too sophisticated. It would require him to be a bit humble and to, you know, meet his fans where he's at. And clearly he thinks he's above them, so it's not going to happen. So yeah, probably true. But this is my hot take. My hot take is this. This is what I'll stand on. It's my contrarian view because everybody's doing the same thing, saying the same things. My contrarian view is this. I actually agree with Brendan. If I'm Brendan, I would be annoyed with Rogan for not inviting me to the comedy mothership and not letting me have a weekend or whatever everyone else is doing over there. Because Rogan is the one, and Bryan also, CALLEN, who gave Brendan Schaub a stand-up career. They gave it to him on a fucking silver platter, right? They're the ones who would book him to do Rogan and Friends shows at fucking the Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, Ice House back in the day. So they've all seen him do stand-up. They saw him do stand-up before we did. Before we got a chance to see him do it on You'd Be Surprised, on Gringo Pappy, they saw him do it live. And he hasn't, I don't think he has deteriorated drastically over the last few years. I think the same level of comedy he was doing now, he was doing back then. So, you can't, if you're Rogan, be okay with booking me when you're in LA at a Comedy Store and be fine, and then suddenly when you open your own club, suddenly you've got principles, suddenly you've got morals, suddenly you've got a quality control. But before, when we were friends, you were perfectly fine with booking me and looking past how shit I was on stage. So if I'm Brendan, I understand why he's upset, and I would be feeling like I'm somewhat entitled to getting booked at the Comedy Mothership. Hot take indeed, very hot take, very bizarre take. I'll probably get a lot of fucking thumbs down for this, but I honestly think so. I honestly think that's the case. If I'm Brendan, I'm annoyed because all those guys co-signed him when he was shit, when he first started. So now suddenly he's got his own club and whatever, and he's moved away. Now Joe Rogan wants to be like the comedy fucking, you know, quality control police. Now suddenly he's got standards. Now suddenly he's got ethics. Now there's some sort of meritocracy or something. Come on, brother. Before it didn't exist. Before there were much deserving people, way more deserving people who probably should have been playing at the Comedy Store. But Brendan got to play before them. He even got to park in the bit of the Comedy Store where all the people that are past only can park. That's what I remember hearing people saying when Brendan was at his peak, you know, when Rogan was still around. He was allowed to park in the parking area where regulars and, you know, past people were allowed to park. He could park there. He never, I don't think, you don't really hear stories of him working in the ticket hall. You never really hear stories of him doing open mics, zero. He jumped the queue with all those big boys. They put their arm around him. Right, they were all friends of his. They fucking looked past all his fucking redactness. They pretended they can't hear how crap he was at stand-up, and now suddenly they're all moved to Austin and they've all awoken and now become comedy purists. If I'm Brendan, I'm pissed off. Honestly, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off. If I'm Brendan, I don't care. I'm pissed off. That's my hot take. He actually is entitled to a slot at the Comedy Mothership. At least one. That's my hot take. Brendan's entitled to a Comedy Mothership slot. Horrible hot take, I know, but that's my hot take. Fuck it, I'm gonna die on that one. I'll die on that fucking hill. Oh god. What people saying in the chat about me here? It's too short-sighted to make fun of Rogan Ty because if he's ever been for Rogan, everyone else would say Eddie Bravo. Problem is Brendan's fault. Rogan owes him nothing. Okay, 7:30. He also has to maintain the integrity of his club. Yeah, but that's the thing, Crash 1984. Rogan didn't have any integrity, allegedly, when he had Brendan performing at the Comedy Store with him. Where was the integrity then? That's what I'm talking about. Where was the integrity then? Please, someone tell me. Where was the integrity? Please. Somebody tell me. I beg of you. Somebody tell me where the integrity was back then. Why doesn't Brendan why doesn't Brendan just try harder? But that would require work and talent and effort. Come on, he's not doing that. He didn't have the money then. Was it his club? He dev cut in line and it shows, and now he's bitter. But yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Natashki. He's bitter, but essentially they've created this monster. They created the monster that's in front of us right now. You know. Oh, Rodeo, it wasn't his club, you mean? Okay, cool. Comedy Store wasn't his club. Okay, I see what you mean, but still, you can't give me all these favors. It's like a rich kid that gets everything, and then suddenly out of nowhere, their parents try and instill discipline and say, "Oh, now you can't have 50 grand to go to fucking Coachella." No, if you give me £100,000 every day, and now suddenly you want to give me the allowance of 10 grand a week, I'm gonna be pissed off. Like, you've created this monster. You made me feel like I was entitled to this money. Now I want all the monies. Don't now suddenly turn off the tap, you know? AZ just said some ish, and that's he's gonna ban someone for quoting. Oh, what is it? No, who said something to me here? He even stole his Comedy Store. Who said something to me about who's trying to remind me something here? Point them out and I'll ban them. I feel like AZ still owes us another random show after this. He's got a cut to go. Honestly, bring them up again and I'll ban them. I'll ban them straight away. I don't give a fuck. Okay, cool. There's another clip here. Brian's family wants to go on a cruise. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So Brian came back from a vacation. He went to Israel with his family. Brendan didn't go because, you know, he was meant to be on his European tour, but that got cancelled obviously because he didn't sell enough tickets. So he's been at home chilling, and you know, Brian's come back with his fucking stories of his holiday stuff, and now he's basically letting it be known that his family have another family trip that they want to do, where they want to go on an all-expense shiny tour or cruise tour somewhere. Let's play this clip and you can hear what he says.
The more you know.
The more you know.
Not that impressive. Now, back in 1912, it is.
Now, the family for next year wants to go on a cruise around the Mediterranean.
Whenever you hear somebody refer to their family as the family, wants to go on a cruise, you know they grew up rich. It's one part of Bryan's life that I'm surprised more comedians don't take the piss out of him about. You know? Because he's clearly from like a filthy rich family, like wealthy, you know? Like, imagine a guy in his 50s and 60s talking about going on a family holiday. Like, who does that? You know, that's something people like, you know, like proper posh rich people do, because they've always been going on holiday since he's been born. He's been, you know, his passport's probably stamped up in a crazy way. Bryan's passport, he's probably had 1,700 passports since he's been alive, because they get stamped up so much over the times he's been around from traveling with his family and shit. But anyone that says stuff about the family wants to go on another trip on a cruise, you know they've grown up in ultimate lapse of wealth. So it's quite funny that more comedians don't take the piss out of him about that. That he's grown up legitimately privileged, like in the most highfalutin way possible. What's that? Robert Henry Poet says, Brendan Schaub has done stand-up for 6+ years after his first special, and he hasn't even gotten 5% funding. No, for sure, that's what I mean. But that's what I mean. Also, beforehand, Rogan and stuff endorsed him before. Remember that You'd Be Surprised special, Rogan came to watch him perform that special, so he was there in the audience watching him do that stand-up special. So now you've got your comedy store place. Don't suddenly now pretend that you've got morals and principles and shit. But anyway, what do I know? Let's continue, Bryan.
Kill me. Hey, did your dad go, what's the stupidest shit we can do?
Well,
hey, does Papa Callen go, what's gonna bore everyone?
Please hear this. This might be one of the best malfunctions you've heard of Brendan ever. Even more so than the other one we had before about let's sidetrack that, right? Or something. This might be one of the best ones, I swear to God. Because at first I couldn't figure out what was he trying to say. Then I figured it out.
We can do. Well, hey, does Papa Callen go, what's gonna board everyone to fucking
Well, as long as you got a beach, though, right?
One more time.
Well,
hey, does Papa Callen go, what's gonna board everyone to fucking doors?
Bored everyone to fucking doors. Have you ever heard that before? I love how confident he says it. What's gonna board everyone to fucking doors? So what he's trying to say, you think so, is what's gonna bore the doors off of somebody, right? That's what he's trying to say. It's so boring, it's gonna make the doors come off his hinges or something along those kind of lines. You think that's the phrase he's basically trying to say? But what's gonna bore? It's like, honestly, this is CTE. This must be CTE. This is absolutely redacted.
Hey, does Papa Callen go, what's gonna board everyone to fucking doors?
Well, as long as you got a beach, though, right? That's fine.
On the cruise ship?
What's gonna board everyone to fucking doors? What's gonna board everyone to fucking doors? I absolutely love that. Honestly, that might be one of my favorite things I've heard him say in a fucking while. Oh my God, man. Honestly, I fucking love it. Bored to fucking doors. Oh, please. Please give me more. Give me more. And then the last one, we have a clip here of Brendan doing a bit of comedy and confusing the country that Chin went back home to visit with his family. You know, in a ha-ha, he-he type of way. But as comedic as this is, it's also reminded me of the bit of lore that someone told me in the chat, that how Chin's nickname came about. And again, I don't know why I didn't remember this, but this part of the lore is fucking hilarious. Chin's nickname only came about because allegedly Brendan couldn't pronounce Jin, which is what Chin's actual name is. I think it's like J-I-N. Or J-I-N or J-L-N, something on those kind of lines. And Brendan couldn't pronounce it, right? So he then just said Chin instead, which is kind of racist, you know? Chin, like, it's like, he's not even from China. But he's like, yeah, you guys all look the same. It's the same sort of thing. It's absolutely quite incredible. Because last person I remember being called Chin is the rapper Chin from actual China, right? That made a lot of sense. But calling a Korean dude whose name is Jin Chin because you can't pronounce Jin is absolutely incredible. I fucking love it, man. That bit of lore was incredible. So whoever told me that in the chat, I applaud you because I legitimately forgot that piece of lore. That his nickname, that's how his nickname came about, because they couldn't be bothered to pronounce his actual name, which is Jin, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, let's play the clip here.
Dumbasses paid 250 grand?
Nah.
Nuts.
Yeah,
Chin went to Hong Kong.
Went to Korea. Okay. Went to Korea. I'm gonna need you to get your fucking.
I thought he went to both.
He said Tokyo earlier than Hong Kong.
Who was pronounced both? That pronunciation just always fucking gets me, man. I love this. Both.
He's Korean. Can you please respect the difference?
That's a running bit me and Jim had done.
I know.
I keep picking different
Chinese,
places.
Taiwanese, Japanese, Korean, all very different.
Do you do any fashion out there, Chin? They got good fashion out there.
Speaking of fashion, I got you guys some gifts here.
What?
Did you do any fashion out there? God almighty, man. The absolute community and friendship of this podcast is absolutely incredible, right? Love it. Absolutely love it. Bored of fucking doors. Honestly, this guy's too much. Oh, mate, honestly. Let's go. Let's do this one. What's he got to say here? Oh yeah, let's go here. This is another good one too. Let's go to the thick boy place. Where is it? If I can find it here. Where is it? Where's thick boy? Where's thick boy? Where's thick boy? Where's thick boy? Give me. Okay, cool. That's thick boy. So, the original episode of thick boy is also interesting because this is further proof that there's a theory going around on the subreddit that allegedly, for somebody on the inside, Brendan organizes his Euro tour, thinks he's going to sell it out and do really well, and then it doesn't. He has to cancel it last minute. But because he's doing a Euro tour, everybody takes that time as an advantage to go and do their own trips because, you know, the big boss man's away. You don't need to record stuff anymore because they don't really bank episodes or anything, so you don't need to be doing it there, and you don't really do stuff remotely, so they could do all their own trips. So Chin then books a trip to go back home to South Korea, which he hasn't been to in a while, and he's going to go back there with his family, who haven't also been back in a while. So it's a big trip. But then obviously because he cancelled the trip and Brendan's at home, he I think allegedly asked Chin to stay also, but he refused. That's the story that goes around it. Like, he actually dared to ask. Imagine, Chin's already overworked and probably underpaid. I already always say, however redacted that guy is, he's still the most important person at Thick Boy. And he doesn't even give him the grace of just like letting him go and have his time. He still kind of asked him, hey, would you mind staying and all that? It's just, come on, man. Let the guy chill. But anyway, in long story less long, he clearly didn't do jack shit and was bored out of his brain because everyone else was away and he was at home. And he kind of made that very clear in the opening of the SCHUB show, the latest one. You can clearly see he didn't go anywhere and he's kind of pissed off everyone else did. Let's see this. Aww. Which again is proof that the talk getting cancelled wasn't something he was decision. And still, let it be known, Brendan still hasn't explained why the talk got cancelled, hasn't rescheduled anything, zero. So, you know, it's probably an effective method. Just pretend like it didn't happen and keep it moving, but he still hasn't explained anything.
What's up, fam? Monday morning, we are back. The whole Thick Boy team went on a little vacation last week. I didn't. I was here. Casey was here. Chin was in Tokyo.
Motherland. No, damn it. Not Tokyo. How dare you? Seoul, South Korea, man.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
How was it?
Jesus Christ, man. I don't know if he's being funny or if he's just that redacted, but not knowing at least where your number one employee, the most important person of your fucking organization is from, that's a bit bad, you know? A little bit bad.
It was amazing.
Was it dope?
Yeah, it was amazing.
It's and the food's good. Everything it's great.
Food's amazing. Just walking around is amazing. Family was great. It was just a beautiful time.
Really?
Yeah.
How long were you out there?
5 days. It takes like a day to get there and a day to get back. So 5 days.
Beast.
Yeah.
Glad
you let them go there for 5 days. Imagine that trip. That's like what, a 14-hour trip for 5 days. Honestly, man, the labor laws in the US are brutal, bro. If I'm going back home to visit my family in fucking Southeast Asia, I'm going for a minimum of a week and a half, a minimum. 5 days when you know you're going to take, like you said, it's going to take you 1 day to get there and 1 day to get back. And then you're only staying there for 5 days. That's going to go back in a flash. Seeing all the family, hanging out, going different places. That's nothing. That's like zero. Zero, as Brandon would say.
Glad you had fun, buddy. Do you
Thanks,
feel
man.
refreshed? Was there a good break for
You feel refreshed and ready to work? Because I'm going to be busting your ass.
you?
It was a beautiful break, so thank you for that too. It was
I mean,
it was a beautiful
Yuck,
break for sure.
man, cuck. Come on, that's immigrant thing in it as well. Like, like always being a little bit subservient to your boss. Like, come on, chin, man. Have some self-respect a little bit. You work a job, you're good at what you do. That's why you're employed, not because of the charity of the fucking white man. Do you know what I mean? Because he's a redact, he basically needs you. You're actually in a position of power. Like, come on, man. Like, fucking hell.
Beautiful break, so thank you for that too. It was
I mean,
it was a beautiful break
for sure, dude.
Yeah.
Brian was in.
Thank you for that. Thank you for not selling tickets. Thank you for not being able to sell out theaters in the UK, even though you can't sell out comedy clubs in the US. Again, I stress this. I can't stress this more importantly. Whoever advised Brendan to book fucking 2,000 plus capacity theaters in the UK to try and sell out when you can't even sell out comedy clubs, you are not his friend. You did him dirty if you suggested to him that he should be booking 2,000 plus capacity theaters in the UK. Insane.
In Jerusalem or some shit. I don't. He's
Israel
riding camels.
somewhere.
Israel or
Yeah.
some shit. Brian was gone for 10 days. Georgie went back to Chicago to see his mama. He hasn't been back since.
So he let Brian go away for 10 days, but only let Chin go away for 5 or 7. Come on.
Tall George went to Nashville with his brother to
Yep.
do the tight end U thing, which is cool for him. And the main case we're here, baby.
He doesn't seem happy in it. That's straight depression. Now, AZ, I'm an immigrant and I don't thank my boss for vacation days. Okay, Rafael Quinto. Fair enough. Okay, I take it back, but that was wild, man. Thank you, by the way. Like, come on, Chin. That was subservient to the max, bro. Like, wow. So thank you for that. Thank you.
And a day to get back, so 5 days.
Beast.
Yeah.
Glad you had fun, buddy. Do you
Thanks,
feel
man.
refreshed? Was there a good break for you?
It was a beautiful break, so thank you for that too.
So thank you for that.
It was
I mean,
it was a beautiful break
for sure, dude.
Yeah.
Brian was in Jerusalem or some shit.
But yeah, anyway, further proof that, the fact that UK tour thing has definitely knocked the confident sales out of his, the confident wind out of his sails a little bit, and he's not feeling the most sprightly as he once did before. But yeah, Jesus Christ. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you. Like, ugh. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, anyway, whatever. Chin's got to do what Chin's got to do. You got to keep the lights on, and how you keep the lights on. So it is what it is. Let's move on from that one. Then we got this clip here taken from, what's it called? Normal World Podcast featuring, what's his name? Dave Landau, right? Dave Landui. So Brendan SCHAUB sat down with Dave Landau and that guy called Quarter Black, I think, right? Previously from Steven Crowder, Lala Crowder. And he had a very interesting revelation about the future of Tiger Thick Whiskey, which I'm really curious to see what you guys think in the chat. Do you believe Brendan? Because I'm not too sure where I stand on this, right? I'm gonna load up the clip on my side here so it kind of plays in time. Bear with me a second, it's still loading. And then I'm gonna put a little poll here because I'm a little bit in between. I'm a little bit, I don't know what to think just yet. based on the information available as to what's actually true here. But let me put the question here in the stream chat because I'm curious to see what you guys think, because I know I can sometimes be a bit more forgiving to Brendan than some of you guys can be. So let's see what you guys think. Is Brendan Schaub telling the truth? What's his name? What's that guy's name again? About Aaron Rodgers investing in THICCC. I want to hear what you guys say. What do you guys say here? Because I'm really curious. Because I think off the cuff, it's not something you should be. It's a weird lie because it's just too outlandish. So I think there's a morsel of truth to it personally. But let's see what you guys think here. Do you think Brendan Schaub is telling the truth about Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers, yes, the American football fucking player, the fucking quarterback. If he's allegedly, the story is that Aaron Rodgers and Aubrey Marcus, who are now working together, are going to be investing in THICCC whiskey in some capacity. That's the narrative that Brendan's throwing out here. So let's see what you guys say in the poll. And then in the meantime, I'm going to play the clip of Brendan announcing this on that podcast. That's the fact that he went to Denver, I think, to meet those guys up for that show to discuss the deal. Let's see.
It's been since 09.
Yeah, you're
but,
quick.
No, I want to, though.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, I gave it up because I wanted to live.
No, I have to stop because I like breathing.
Yeah, there's
so
just something
give it up.
Something about it. Something about turning yellow and
Boy,
you know.
we opposite. I sell whiskey. So
Do you?
Yeah, I have my own whiskey. Yeah.
Good for
Dude,
you.
that's dope.
Yeah.
So do you like?
I used
did you
to.
find a company
I
that
kept
did
it
it?
underneath my car seat.
I like to brew my own, in the summer
What
heat.
were you saying, brother?
So did you work with a company that already had like an established distillery, or did you start from scratch? Like how did that work?
Start from scratch. Yeah, it's like the first to market. The first to market Japanese blended whiskey with American bourbon. Wow. And that's why I was with Aaron and Aubrey because they're going to get involved in the whiskey.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's cool.
Good for you.
What's it called?
Tiger Thick whiskey.
Tiger Thick.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So what do you think of the possibility of this being true so far? What are you guys saying in the chat? He's saying that Aubrey Marcus and Aaron Rodgers are allegedly going to be investing in Tiger Thick whiskey. What do you guys think? Right? Aaron Rodgers, American quarterback, right? Widely regarded as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, blah, 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 blah. Kind of controversial now because he's on a conspiracy thing, whatever he does, blah, blah, blah. But still, very well-known guy, right, in his own right. And then Aubrey Marcus, a bit of a woo-woo guy, but most famous for being one of the founders of On It. And he's always he's got his own thing going on as well. So what do you think is the reality of the situation? What's the vote saying here so far? Do we think Brendan Schaub has the pulling ability to get these two? Because again, say what you want about Aubrey Marcus's business, On It and stuff. He's clearly a good businessman, right? They know what they're doing. On It's obviously fucking snake oil shit, right? Placebo nonsense. It doesn't do what it says on the tin, right? Whatever it may be. But he clearly knows what he's doing. He's got books, successful media thing. He's got a gym, whatever, shaman stuff. He does all that woo-woo meditation shit that does well. Aaron Rodgers is clearly getting into that too. Do you think both of these guys would be into investing into fucking Tiger Thick? Do you think these guys would see Tiger Thick, right, whiskey, and look at it as a prime business, that they could maybe tap into? Do you think that's the case? Do you think they would see this fucking brand and be like, you know what? We need some of this. We need this in our fucking portfolio of businesses. This is what's going to really take us to the next level. Do we think that's the case? What's people saying in the vote so far? Wow, 79% said no. Okay, cool. Only 3% think the story's true. Only 3. Fucking hell. Okay, cool. Do we think this brand is Aaron Rodgers ready? Do we think it's Aaron Rodgers ready? Oh, look at what he did here. Interesting. Look at this flyer. This is fucking hilarious. So I guess that's why he's got fucking he had the Tiger Thick whiskey bottles in his trunk to give to those two dudes. He's got an alternate flyer for the show he did in COVINA, right? Where it says Brendan Schaub, the Fire and the Kid Joe Rogan Experience, LOL at the bottom, and it's got a special event from the 29th to July the 1st. But it's really vague. Right? It's really vague because it looks like it's a tasting thing, right? But it's actually just his comedy show. It's part of his tour. But he's trying to sell it as like a taste thing on the road. So he just took them in the back of his car and just was gonna sell them out there. But what do you guys think? Do you think this brand is Aaron Rodgers ready? 77% of you said no. Fucking hell, you guys don't believe it at all, do you? Because part of me thinks it's true. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just so gullible. Maybe it's my Christian Catholic fucking upbringing. I just believe shit easily. I don't know why, but I just can't believe he'd make up a lie like that. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you just lie out of the blue that weirdly about something like this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. The Instagram is horrendous, isn't it? There's absolutely no what's that word called? There's no branding like that, you know, of it at all whatsoever. I don't know who handles this, but the creative direction for it is fucking awful. Like everything about it, like the captions, the fucking pictures, the thumbnails, the graphics. He's doing that fucking awful face he does again. This is one of the worst. This is one of the faces I hate the worst for Brendan. This face that he does that. Like kind of like, it's like he's got a cardiac arrest or something. Like, what is this face? It's fucking awful. But part of me thinks this is fucking true. What do you guys think here? Because like Joe could have hooked him up with this thing. Do we think Aaron Rodgers would be interested in investing into it? Part of me thinks it could be true. Because hear me out. Hear me out. Because maybe there is a barrier of entry, or maybe there is unnecessary cost when you're trying to get into the whiskey business. So maybe if they can get into the whiskey business by taking Brendan's brand and rebranding it, that's an easy way to do it. Or maybe taking Brendan's whiskey brand and then slowly but surely phasing out Tiger Thick and introducing other things in, because maybe Brendan's already got, maybe there's like licenses that you have to do before you sell alcohol and liquor and shit that you have to sign up on. And if those guys can cut costs and not have to pay for that shit, they can maybe then skip some steps and just get straight ready to market and launch some new stuff. That's something I'm also thinking about. Maybe that's the thing. So Brendan's maybe spinning it, because that's what Brendan does really well. He doesn't lie all the way. So maybe what he's spinning, he's making it sound like they're investing into Tiger Thick. But what they're actually doing, maybe, is that they're investing into the brand, like the liquor brand, whatever it is, and then they want to introduce some new products, and you know they want to buy him out basically, and introduce new products under that fucking banner. Does that make sense? Or my fucking, you know, am I trying to excuse the inexcusable here? And he's just lying. 78% still say no. It looks like he's a face that a preteen would make. He's thanking the man for the breakup. Brendan's grasping at a straw. He's a vegan. Does he not even drink? Oh yeah, true. That's a good point. People who lie all the time have to throw some truth into it. It's just so they can remember the story they tell. Yeah, okay, cool, that's fair. But I just don't know if he's like, I don't know if he's just, if he'd be lying straight up. Like, that's be a weird thing to lie about, no? Don't you guys think? They just sat there and just made up the entire thing, and they're not actually going to be invested in it. Where is the actual? Wait, let me go back to that clip again. It's this, right? Yeah. Let's go back to it one more time and hear what he said all the way through. But he said something about Aaron Rodgers, right? He's going to be investing into it. Let's go back again.
A car seat.
I like to brew my own, you know, in the summer heat.
What were you saying, brother?
So did you work with a company that already had like an established distillery, and or did you like start from scratch? Like, how did that work?
Start from scratch. Yeah, it's like the first to market. It's the first to market Japanese blended whiskey with American bourbon. Wow. And that's why I was with Aaron and Aubrey, because they're going to get involved in the whiskey.
Yeah.
They're going to get involved in the whiskey. That's why I was with Aubrey and Bryan. Now, part of me doesn't believe this because there's nothing on his Instagram that he was with those guys. Let's just refresh it. And you know one thing about Brendan, he's a fucking he's as much as a fame whore as fucking Dana White is. So the fact that he was out with Aubrey and Aaron Rodgers, a legit fucking NFL legend and a current player, and he didn't take any pictures with them, anything, no squad pictures, no here's us eating steak, no here's us posing and pretending we're fighting each other, nothing. It makes me doubtful that even a meeting happened. I don't know, man. You know, like there's no pictures whatsoever. He didn't share, there's not a single picture of him together with those guys. So part of me thinks like this Brendan that we know and love, you know, he was addicted to showing himself a certain light on social media. Would he have gone to a meeting with Aaron Rodgers and fucking Aubrey Marcus and not taken a single picture? It doesn't seem likely, does it? It's as Tom said, it's a little lie to sound cool in the moment and knows the guys won't call him out, and it never happened, never met him. Yeah, but why would you lie like that? That's a weird thing to lie about. Because if it gets back to Aaron Rodgers, what's he gonna say? Like, no, I actually didn't meet him. I think Aubrey was meeting him and I was just there. Like, maybe he met Aubrey Marcus. Maybe I can believe that. And maybe Aubrey say, hey, you should actually meet Aaron Rodgers. He played NFL like you did. And then maybe they met each other and they had a couple of words and that was it. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. I'm really in two minds. Maybe they wanted to be silent partners and he just blasted them. Yeah, that's also a good point, Tashki. Maybe that was the case. They actually went to get involved without anybody knowing, and he just blew up the spot to sound cool. Aubrey Marcus might actually respond like, "What the fuck exactly?" Yes, I don't know. I don't know what to think. But so far, the votes are definitely siding to the point of you guys don't believe it. 79% so far saying no, it didn't happen. Brendan's completely making the entire thing up. He's a liar. He's a redact. That boy is a liar. Right? That's what you guys are saying here in the chat. I can feel it. I can feel it in the air. No one believes this guy in the slightest. Okay, cool. Maybe it's just me then. I'm being too forgiving. I think I'm being way, way, way too forgiving here. Oh, maybe the smallest bit of a truth in it. Yeah. I just don't know how somebody can lie about this off the bat. I'm a bit dubious about why would you just lie off the cuff about something like this? It sounds like a strange lie just to come out of the blue and just say, yep, this didn't happen. I'm going to say it out of the blue like that straight away. Just seems a bit strange to me, but you know, maybe I'm the redacted one. Maybe I'm the redacted one. Anyway, moving on from that one. We played with those clips. We've done most of it anyway. Yeah, let's go to comedy enforcement because I'm actually curious to see this actually. What this about. There's 2 videos on comedy enforcement. I know some of you guys don't like the guy, but let's just view them anyway because I haven't watched them. So please bear with me. There's 2 videos I want to watch. I want to watch this one. Sorry, I got it on screen. I want to watch this one. NELK boys can't handle Andrew Schultz. I want to see what this is about. And also this one with Theo Vaughn and Lil Dicky because I didn't remember they had beef, to be honest. So I want to see what this guy's saying about these 2. So big up comedy enforcement. You can subscribe to his channel over here. Let's see what he's saying about NELK boys can't handle Andrew Schultz's jokes. Hopefully it's not a fucking clickbait. But yeah, let's see. Come on now, load my friends, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Cool, there we go.
You guys ever shoot podcasts and not post them?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sore subject. But yeah, there was one. But there was an episode with Andrew Schultz. Man, sorry, Steinberg, man. I love you, bro. Like, don't text me middle of the night upset. But Schultz went after him. Well, I think, like, Schultz was kind of, like, went after Steiny. And it was pretty awkward.
So recently, Andrew Schultz did the Full Send podcast, and apparently things got so bad after he started going in on one of the co-hosts, Steiny, that the entire episode was scrapped and not uploaded. Now, That is insane when it comes to the podcast world, but the whole story was shared recently by one of the NELK boys' higher-ups or partners.
Andrew Schultz out here bullying Whitney Cummings, is out here bullying fucking the third guy like crazy. Look, everybody in the chat. Oh no, not this guy. Everyone hates comedy enforcement. Oh no, not this guy. You guys hate him so much, innit? Liars lie. I don't like this dude, Matt Guerra. Nobody likes this guy. I don't like this elections. This
during a podcast. Now, it's very interesting because the dude Steiny is not the most liked person when it comes to the NELK Boy fan base. So a lot of people, including myself, really want to see that podcast episode. It would be a similar situation like when Bobby Lee made George walk out of the Impulsive podcast, or that Flagrant episode with Whitney Cummings, which was tough to watch. So let's get started.
You guys ever shoot podcasts and not post them?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sore subject. But yeah, there was one.
Can you say who? You can't.
Yeah, no, well, Steve said it, and Steiny got mad that Steve said it, so that's the only reason I want to say it. But there was an episode with Andrew Schultz. Man, sorry, Steinberg, man. I love you, bro. Like, don't text me middle of the night upset, but Schultz went after. Like, I think, when, like, a stand-up comedian, like, looks in the crowd and decides, like, just go after somebody. Yeah. Well, I think, like, Schultz was kind of, like, went after Steiny, and he... And it was pretty awkward.
Was it the whole episode, or was it like...
It was a bulk of it. It was like...
No, you couldn't cut around.
Yo, why does this guy look like a child and a man at the same time? Who the fuck is this? Fucking hell, who the fuck is this freak? Why does he look like that? I don't want... Before I say something, I don't want to regret saying, has he got a condition? Like, why does he look like that? He looks like a child man. Fucking hell. He's got like an adult jacket on. He's got like a kid size, but then he's got like an adult's head. Like, what is this? Who is this person? Fucking hell. This is comedy. This is who Schultz should be attacking. Who is this person? He gives, he gives financial advice on YouTube. Holy shit. This guy looks so bizarre. Honestly, who the fuck is this?
He would come back to it, and like he just wanted to go after Steiny. All of us felt bad for Steiny. We're like, damn.
Again, this really blows my mind for so many reasons. First of all, to not release a podcast with a massive podcast guest like Andrew Schultz simply because he joked around too much is just insane. Especially when the NELK boys,
talking. There's something about people that do this thing. Look, not to nitpick my guy, because I know some of you guys don't like him, but there's something about guys who do this thing, right? I don't know if you guys see it. If it's just me being too, I'm looking. Oh, what do I do here? Do I move it around? Shit. Cool. There's something about guys who put their hand around the mic when they're talking on podcasts, right? That remind me a little bit of dudes who do this thing that Andrew Tate does when they sit down, right? Don't you think? It's the same sort of like, it's in the same category. Like he's got his hands, I don't know if it makes sense to you if you know what I'm talking about, but he's got his hands like around the mic.
He just wanted to go after Steiny. Look. All of us felt bad for Steiny. We're like, damn.
Again, this really blows my mind for so many reasons. First of all, to not release a podcast with a massive podcast guest like Andrew Schultz simply because he joked around too much is just insane. Especially when the NELK boy,
like he's trying to take. It gives me like those guys that are trying to tell you to like invest in a new crypto coin. Okay, so with the Ago coin, what you get is that you get this incredible community, guys. Guys, honestly, I will never do you wrong, guys. Honestly, all you got to do, guys, is join the Discord, and all you got to do is be a sign up on the crypto. This coin gives you access to more digital coins that gets you into the funnel. Actually, I don't mean funnel, I mean community. Like, no, it's like the same. I don't know. There's something about it that makes me think of that little thing that Andrew Tate does when he's sitting down like that. Oh,
is the brand, the Full Send Podcast has branded themselves as super edgy with no limits. They've had super controversial people on the podcast. They've had videos taken down. I've seen the Steiny dude get trashed multiple times by other co-hosts with no problem. So was it really that bad? Like, what did Andrew Schultz do? Like I mentioned, the guy on the podcast is a president and co-founder of the Happy Dad brand and essentially a manager of the NELK boys, I believe. So his understanding of what happened on that episode is reliable.
Have any of you guys tried Happy Dad? What's that? That's seltzer stuff, right? Seltzer water or seltzer drinks or whatever. Have any of you guys tried it? Is it tasty? Is it any good? Or does it taste like shit? Because the branding's pretty decent. And I love the name as well. The name's really funny. A very catchy name. Has anybody tried it in the chat? Do you guys like it? Do you guys sip? Are you guys sipping on the Happy Dad? Are you guys sipping on Daddy's cockalock? Andrew raises 3 good looks on Uche. Thanks for the info. As in, give me your money. AC unit, dad meat. Yeah, dad meat. All seltzers taste like meds. Okay, fair enough. Actually, I should have one in it. I should call it Happy Aggie. That would be way better than Happy Dad. Happy Aggie will be pretty decent, isn't it? Imagine that. Happy Aggie seltzer. That would be pretty decent.
Liable. And the fact that he said that it was an awkward situation while not saying anything negative about Schultz makes me think that it was probably a case where Steiny wanted to spar back with Andrew Schultz, taking shots at each other, ended up not handling it well, and overreacted and didn't have the best appearance on camera.
But so going back to Steiny, is like I felt his pain a little bit. You know, it's just like, so anyway, so that episode, he was just like not happy about it and just never really came out.
So did he like veto the posting of it?
You know, at the end of the day, it's Kyle's decision. I think it was just one of those things where just didn't want to deal with it. We were just like, you know what? There was someone else that we interviewed right around then, and we're like, we'll just go with that episode. I forgot who it was.
Now, Andrew Schultz hasn't talked about what happened, and that podcast with Graham Stephan was fairly recent. So there is a chance, there's a possibility that Andrew Schultz was okay with them not releasing the podcast, and possibly even him being the one to suggest the idea of not putting it out.
What's going on with fucking what's going on with Andrew Schultz anyway on these pods? Why is he crashing out on people? Why is he like ragging on people recently? Is he just in that mood where he's just feeling loose and he wants to fucking, you know, put it on some nerds and some geeks? Is it steroid abuse? Like, is he not happy at home? Like, what's happening, man? Why is he fucking bullying these people on podcasts?
But if that's not the case, it's a huge problem. Obviously, when it comes to Andrew, he doesn't need the podcast in terms of exposure and, you know, marketing. But when it comes to podcasts in terms of business, it's a huge waste of the guest's time to not release to not upload something. It's borderline disrespectful. That's like if you invite somebody to record a podcast, somebody that has made the time to work with you, and then once you are over after recording for multiple hours, you tell them, hey, sorry, the footage was deleted. I didn't catch any of that. Do you want to record again? That would be a disaster. That would be insane. And the person you invited would probably just leave and never talk to you again.
Yeah, you're being dramatic. It's not that big of a deal. If someone doesn't release a podcast that you were on, it doesn't really matter, really. Don't get me wrong. It'll be better if they put it out. Cool. But if they don't, it's their prerogative, isn't it? I don't know. It's not that big of a deal, really. To get butthurt about shit like that is really, really, I don't know. It kind of says more about you than the person, to be fair. Especially in that kind of industry. Like, everyone's kind of jostling for position. Maybe there's a reason why they didn't put that one out first, because they wanted to put another one out because that might get them more deals. I don't know. Loads of stuff happening behind the background that probably have nothing to do with you. So to get butthurt about somebody not publishing your show that you're on is really weird, because, you know, the world's not going to stop because another Andrew Schultz interview didn't drop. Like, it's not that big of a deal, really. Like, you know, this guy needs to relax a little bit, being a bit dramatic.
That could be excused as an accident. In this case, it's all because one dude doesn't want it to be released because he doesn't like it. And it's not even the main dude. By the way, if you like what you're seeing so far, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps push the video to more people, and I really appreciate it.
Of course he's one of those guys that does that shit in the middle. Of course he's one of those guys. I hate people that do that stuff. Oh yeah, there's about, what is it, 20% of my audience isn't subscribed. So if you aren't subscribed, please make sure if I deserve your subscription, you subscribe. Like, shut up. If people are going to subscribe, they're going to subscribe anyway. Like, plug at the end, plug at the start, plug at the end, keep it moving. We don't need mid plugs. Like, fucking hell, brother. Come on, man. Do better.
That. Thank you.
Do what, dude? What am I doing?
Love to do this.
You told the story. I'm just sitting
here.
No,
I like want to go off on you as
go
a scumbag
off, dude.
right now.
Do it. You go.
Every day I get a notification. Bradley Martin Raw Talk.
Starny, something about this. Starny, Zoo Culture thumbnail. I don't even know we're filming.
What are you talking about?
Just you using me, bro.
How?
And I feel used, and I'm
Wait, bro, you want to talk about this right now? Want to talk about how you got your start? Why don't you tell the internet right now? Go ahead, tell him.
Dude.
Go ahead, tell him.
Dude, okay. Okay,
tell
wait.
him.
Okay, fine, I will.
Tell him when you had 1,300 followers who put you in
Funny
videos,
and
bitch.
No, but
Tell
wait.
him.
Okay, but
Tell
wait,
him.
Brad.
I didn't come at you, brother. I'm just talking about your story.
Okay.
You're trying to make me look like a bad guy, which I'm not.
Brad,
Are you sure? My content, yeah.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
Me off. That's what's going on right now.
Well, you had to bring up the Steve.
I think that was my fault. You brought up the watch, dude. What the you talking
Okay,
about?
yo, we gotta literally cut that entire section. I'm serious.
I didn't bring up nothing about Steve. I didn't bring up no watches.
Kyle, I'm
that
serious.
was him.
All right, well, we'll see. Let's keep going. No, I'm serious, bro.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
So because of that kind of attitude, I think the Steiny dude maybe pulled a George Janko and walked out of the podcast, or possibly had a meltdown. Because as we all know, there's nothing a good editor can't fix. But in this case, they just decided to completely scrap the whole episode. And I really don't think this was a situation where Andrew was being an or mean for no reason, because if that was the case, I think it would have benefited Steiny and the NELK boys to just upload that and have Andrew Schulz look bad, because he is massive and people love him and all that, but he still has people that would call him out if they saw him just doing something completely wrong. But because the Steiny dude is very sensitive, I would go with the first option.
He and I don't always see eye to eye. We always argue, but
like, what do you guys argue about?
Anything. Like, he just he goes through these middle of the night rants, and I don't like middle of the night rants. Like, don't text me in the middle of the night, please. Don't text me about anything. Don't text me about.
Yeah, I think he's definitely algorithm hunting on this one, because I get some people telling me on my clips, again, this is just funny. Internet's interesting, right? I get some people telling me with the clips that I upload, you just uploaded too much. You're rambling, you're doing whatever, which is fine. Understandable. There's bits I should probably be cutting out. I should probably be following the, what's his face that I like? I like Tom Dark, right, on YouTube. He does really good like commentary videos. And usually when he does a live stream, he'll cut up his live stream into clips, but then he'll edit the live stream clips and take out all the superfluous stuff and just make it snappy, right? So, but that just takes a lot of work, innit? So you have to cut the live stream clips and then edit that clip again to upload it. So it's just annoying to edit. Anybody that's edited will know how annoying it is. So usually I just cut the clip and just upload that. So people are annoyed at that rambling. But I think there's something worse than sometimes my meandering and rambling when you start algorithm hunting. Because clearly, this is like 10 minutes, 33 seconds, but this video should be six minutes. It doesn't need to be this long. He's not really, as just saw Rodeo said something here, he's not really saying anything, really. We already got the gist of the point of what he's basically trying to say in this whole issue. Andrew Schulz maybe was a bully. Maybe he was trying to be funny. Who knows? Maybe that guy's being sensitive. Who knows? Whatever. But this doesn't need to be 10 minutes, like... So there's two, there's like, I guess there's both things could be wrong. I can maybe ramble a lot in my clips, but then also at least I'm not making edited content where I'm just, I don't know, 10 minutes of just nothing. Like, what has he said here really? 10 minutes of what? Please, come on, please.
Anything good or bad, just don't text me in the middle of the night. And he'll just go through rants sometimes. So then I wake up.
Like ideas or?
Nah, this guy's tripping me out, man.
And he'll just go through rants
sometimes. This guy's
sometimes.
tripping me out.
So then I wake up.
This guy's real. Honestly, look at him. He kind of looks like what Joe Rogan's son would look like. If Joe Rogan had a son, that's the thing. If Joe Rogan had a son, he'd want his son to look like, who's that guy? He'd want his son to look like Chris Hemsworth, right? He'd want his son to be like big and all like muscular, blonde and handsome and amazing looking, right? But actually, if Joe Rogan had a son, he'd come out like that. Like, that's how he'd come out. He'd look like this guy. This Oompa Loompa thing. Like, what is this? Yo, this guy is freaky looking, man. I hope he hasn't got a condition. I swear to God. I hope he hasn't got a condition, and I hope I'm not being evil. But this guy looks wild. Like, look at him. The watch, like the classic, the watch, like exposed of the cuff so you can see it. Check it. Your open canopy, and like, this guy looks insane. Honestly, who is this human? His feet are dangling on the bottom of the chair there. Fucking hell, this guy looks like, holy shit. I'm perplexed that this human is real. like he looks spent like it's I don't know if it's a Benjamin Button vibes. I don't know what it is. It's like he's stuck in like this weird place. Like I don't know. Like what is this guy? Who is this? He's like an American. Oh, you know what? He's like a slightly more less regressed version of who's that guy? The little Russian kid. Who's the Russian kid that's got the condition? He's like a less regressed version of that. Like maybe he got the medication younger, right? When he was younger and he didn't, you know, top up at a certain height. He kind of looks a bit like that, to be honest. You know, what's that Russian kid name? Is it Hassan? Hezbollah? Yeah, he kind of looks like an American Hezbollah. That's what he looks like. An American Hezbollah, right? He looks like a little bit like American Hezbollah. This is Rogan's son. Rogan's son is American Hezbollah. Wow.
Ideas or?
No, like, I don't really know. I try to black it out. He just has his moments.
Okay.
But I appreciate that guy.
Now, I don't know much about the crew or the team dynamic, but from the little that I've seen, it's clear that Steiny is a very emotionally needy person, which is not bad. I guess it's common more in the YouTube space. Now, what I find very interesting here is that we've actually covered the most awkward / intense podcast moments for different comedians and podcasts. And a lot of people actually think that I either misinterpret those moments or that there's nothing to see there, that most podcasters are actually cool with each other and everything they do on camera is just joking. And that could be true for a lot of the times, but this right here is a perfect example of how that's not true. Everyone is human just like you and I, and they're unpredictable, and everything can go south at any moment since you don't know what's going on.
Everyone is human like you and I. That sounds like it'd be a song, innit?
Times, but this right here is a perfect example of how that's not true. Everyone is human just like you and I.
Everyone is human like you and I. Honestly, I need to start producing. I need to start making jingles because I could make some good jingles from the shit these guys say. Everyone's human like you and I. Come again?
And they're unpredictable. Perfect example of how that's not true. Everyone is human just like you and I.
Everyone is just a human, just like you and I. Unless they're Kalila Kun, she should die. Oh, God almighty. Kalila, I'm just human, just like you and I. Please take my hand. Oh, it's Kalila Soldier. Big up Comedy Enforcement, bro. The original Kalila Soldier. Well gone to you.
And they're unpredictable, and everything can go south at any moment since you don't know what's going through people's minds, especially when it comes to podcasting, because unlike TV, podcasting doesn't have that structure above it where, like, if you go off script for a little bit, they just pull you and cut it out.
Hey, yo, my nigga, you have to wrap this up, man. Come on, wrap this up, bro. Wrap this up. Now you're talking about TV.
And it's all good. So from that perspective, I guess it was a good move from the NELK boys for not uploading that and respecting Steinley's wish, because you know that if it was Logan Paul, he would have uploaded that because it's everyday, bro.
I think people think that, like, I know a guy that just wanted to get rich so bad, and they think that once you accomplish that, you will be happy. And once they're like, oh, I have all money and I'm still not happy, what the hell's wrong with
all
me?
right, we're done. No more. I'm not even gonna watch the last one. He already did me over with this long thing that I can't even watch the next one, which I actually want to watch, about the Lil Dicky and Theo thing, but I'm gonna have to figure out in my brain myself. Fucking come on, Comedy Enforcement, man. There's too much waffling, brother. Like, if I waffle, that's definitely waffling. You know what I mean? And I know I waffle. I agree that I waffle. So if I'm waffling, you're definitely waffling. Holy shit, brother. That is just too much. I can't do that. Sorry. Moving on from that one, actually. What's I going to talk about? Let's talk about this, actually. Where is it? Oh, yeah, did you guys hear the good news? The big news? The news that's kind of broke on the internet. Have you guys heard? I'm not too sure if you guys are aware. Do you guys know the big, interesting news that's broken the internet? Are you guys aware? Are you actually? No. What? Before we continue, let me stop the poll.
I want to help him reestablish some sort of
Who's that?
a different, you know.
Where's that? Where's? Whoops. Okay. Oh, for goodness sake, comedy enforceable with the autoplay. Okay, cool. Let's continue. So before we continue, have you guys heard the news? The brand spanking news. The news that broke. Actually, before we do that, let's end the poll. That's what I meant to do. Let's end the poll. I did that twice actually. I'm feeling I got CT. I just did that twice. But let's go to that. Let's end the poll. The poll so far is Brendan Schaub telling the truth about Aaron Rodgers investing in THICCC. That's the story. Allegedly, the story is Brendan went to Denver to go and meet Aaron Rodgers and Aubrey Marcus to supposedly, they're going to be investing in THICCC whiskey. And the community that's on my stream said a resounding no. 75% of you guys think no. 20% asked Jay, and only 5% think he's telling the truth like I am. So only 5% of my audience are gullible like I am. Only 5. Love it. Absolutely love it. So yeah, most likely it's not true. But I'm also dubious of why he just make up something like that. That just doesn't make sense. Why would you make up such a weird lie? But hey, who knows? Who fucking knows? Moving on, the actual news that's blown up the internet. Have you guys seen? Have you guys heard? The big crazy news. Whitney Cummings is pregnant. Whitney Cummings is fucking pregnant, mate. And no, before you start asking, it's not Crystalia's, it's not Brendan Schaub's. We don't know who it is, to be honest, but she's actually with child. It says in this caption here, in this pic, I am with child. There's a baby in me too. Human pup coming December. All tour dates in 23 still happening. I just may fall over a couple of times. So, you know, ha ha he he. So, we don't know if she's pregnant by one of her dogs or one of her horses. Who knows? But she is preggo. According to the picture here, this is her revealing that she is pregnant here with her big dog. And obviously we can see a bit of an embryo here. It looks a bit like custard, but you can see some arms there, I guess. Maybe a head. So yeah, she's pregnant. Whitney Cummings is pregnant. I had no idea she was even with somebody, to be completely honest. People saying Lex is the baby. The baby daddy is Lex. That'd be hilarious. Tim Dillon, that'd be good actually. Oh, that would be actually excellent. If Tim Dillon actually, that happens quite often though, doesn't it? Right? People sometimes, if they don't, I remember seeing it a couple of times on my feed. There'll be like a couple of friends, like one of the friends is gay, but then they agree if the other person doesn't get hooked up at a certain age, that they will just have a baby together, just for, you know, just to make sure the other person has a kid before their, you know, time expires or whatnot. So that does happen quite often with people who have like gay best friends. So maybe, you never know, it could be Tim Dillon's. But yeah, Whitney Cummings is pregnant, man. What a turn for the book. So will this change Whitney Cummings as a person? Will she be the same brash, loud, you know, demonstrably or, you know, objectively unfunny human being? Will she chill out? Will she grow up? Does this mean she's completely done with Crystalia and Brian Callen now? She has a kid, because she'll be like, hold on, I can't be friends with you anymore because you might diddle my kid, you know, like that kind of vibe. I'm not really too sure what the vibe is. That kid, that was a bit like a demon there, didn't it? Look at that. Fuck, you know. Does dog want the baby or the ball? Who knows? But yeah, does this change Whitney? Does this change Whitney? Is she the same person still? I'm not too sure if that's the case. And there's another update picture here, because obviously, you know, she's pregnant now, so this is going to be part of the content going forward. My favorite pic of the baby's face so far, it's a boy. Help me name this monster, Rusty Dusty Bill. So it's going to be a boy. More pictures there, ultrasound. So everyone's having a kid. Brenda's having a new kid. Crystalia just had a kid. I think Schultz saying he's actively trying to have one. Eric Griffin might be having one soon. Callen just had one. So all their kids are going to be growing up around the same time, innit? Funny enough, which is weird. They're all going to be growing up around the same sort of time. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out in real bloody time, you know? Real bloody time. So let's see how it'll go on. But yeah, Whitney is fucking pregnant. Whitney is fucking pregnant. Moving on from that one, actually, we've got some other bits of news I want to pop on here before. Where is it? Yeah, this is the one. So we got this. So you remember Brendan said he's going on tour, right? Which is fucking hilarious for me. I still find this stuff happening in comedy really funny. This stuff, right? This whole like I'm going on a summer tour where you're going to one venue. Technically, that can't be a tour. Personally, in my opinion, it can't be. If it's one location, that's within an hour's drive from where you live. That technically can't be a tour. At least if it's two locations on the way there, maybe you can say it's a tour. But one location is. But anyway, all comedians do it for some reason. It's a tour, cool. But I guess the David Lucas thing got knocked on the head. No more David Lucas. Now Brendan is bringing some guy called Nicky Paris. The name sounds a bit, RuPaul's Drag Racy, or maybe Vanderpump's Rawley, right? It's one of the two. It falls on one of the two spectrums of sass. Either it's Vanderpump's Raw type of person, or it's a RuPaul's Drag Race type of person, Nicky Paris. But allegedly, some person called Nicky Paris is, I'm so hyped to join Brendan Schaub tonight through Saturday night at the brand new Laugh Factory in COVINA, as Brendan would say. So who the fuck is Nicky Paris, you say? I don't know who Nicky Paris is either. So I decided to go to YouTube and type in Nicky Paris stand-up, and the first thing that came up was this clip, Nicky Paris, Man on the Street. So we're going to watch who this Nicky Paris is, because Nicky Paris has now taken the spot of David Lucas, because Brendan tried to make it seem like David Lucas is going to be opening for him at this place. But now Nicky Paris is. So I want to see how good or how bad Nicky Paris is compared to Brendan. I'm really curious to see what standard of comedy this is, but I want to see what level of sass this is. I'm already getting some sass on the thumbnail here, and maybe with the button-up shirt here, and maybe there's a cravat here, but let's see. Let's see what the sass is saying about Nicky Paris. Is he funny? Forget the sass. Let's just see if he's funny. I'm curious to see if he's funny. Yeah, he was saying 353 views in 2 years. Look,
I'm comedian Nicky Paris.
Let's not talk about views, okay? Views are not important when it comes to comedy, because if someone's funny and they've got 2 views, I'm happy to watch their content. I just want to hear fucking funny. I don't care about whether or not it's views. So let's just see. Is this Nicky Paris person funny? Yay or nay? Or no? That's better, right? Let's just put this in a poll. Let's put this in a poll. Let's put this. And see if you guys can be objective. Is Nicky Paris funnier than Brendan Schaub? Please, okay? Be honest as well. Be open to opening your mind up and seeing if you're wrong and stuff. Let's see what you guys think. Watch this with an objective eye. Put all your preconceptions to one side, and let's just watch Nicky Paris do what he does best. Man on the street.
I'm comedian Nicky Paris, and I'm on the streets of Santa Monica, where God only knows what's happening here. And I'm talking to the people roaming around about love, sex, quarantine, and what position they do best. Who wants to get interviewed about sex during the pandemic? You seem very relaxed, so I'm assuming you just had sex about 10 seconds ago? Is that
30 minutes.
30 minutes ago? That's COVID when you have gonorrhea.
Exactly.
Talk to me. Are you single?
I am so single. We cannot trust any man in this entire world because all they do is lie.
But my boyfriend would love if I kissed a girl.
Would you like to kiss a girl for the first time on camera? Are you looking for love right now? Are you looking to find maybe a bearded lady at the circus?
Hey, if she's rich, why not?
When do you think you'll be ready to do anal again?
When someone wants to buy me a house.
When do you think people will be comfortable again doing anal after the pandemic?
Maybe they never stop.
They're always comfortable.
We've always been comfortable doing anal.
So yeah, it's always anal sex.
How many people would you say you fucked during the pandemic?
I would say about 30.
I'd say like 7, 8.
I love the Brendan Schaub level of lies. Honestly, I love this. It's funny because when you were younger, right? When you were like under the age of 16, these kind of guys, like, you believe them when I don't know why. And maybe it's just me. I'm just susceptible to lies. It's funny that I don't get scammed more often. I should probably get scammed more than I do. People should scam me way more often because I'm really gullible, really naive. Because I used to believe all this shit. Oh yeah, I did this to her, I did that. Smash it. Like, I used to be the guy like sitting there like, really? Tell me more, tell me more. Just captivated. Like, really? What she smell like? You saw her bare breast. Wow. You know, I'd be that kind of guy. I'd be so gullible. I swear to God, I'd be so gullible. Like, oh God.
Past like year or so.
Why do you think it was so low for you?
I mean, you know, I don't like to like one and done. Really, I kind of like
emotional.
I like to attach myself
Physically or emotionally? What do you? Both.
Yeah. Both. Yeah. Female orgasm is not needed for reproduction, so it does not matter.
Well, ladies, you know who to stay away from at the bars. I'm gonna wind up in prison. What do you think is the secret to finding love after the quarantine?
Balls to the wall.
Balls to the wall. What would you say is the secret to finding love during the pandemic? Have you put your balls on the wall previously?
Yes, a few hours ago.
Now, was there something your partner did in the pandemic that you were like, I would love to hit you with a nice pic?
We're kind of dealing with like an open relationship, so I'll leave it at that.
How many people have you guys fucked during the pandemic together?
Didn't I just tell you a girl never tell?
17. What are you two doing in the bedroom to spice it up during this time?
Honestly,
fisting.
No.
Not yet.
You know, go grab one of them butt plugs. Go
get. I think what you call it? 7 Days said the right thing here. This guy has no jokes, but he's still funnier than Brendan. That's the thing. He's not my type of comedy, but I can understand what some people would find him funny. He's at least got a little bit of charisma about him. He has some level of comedic timing, right? Whatever. It's not for me personally. I don't find this funny at all. I don't really find Man on the Street stuff funny anyway. Overall, it's a bit, whatever. It's a bit overdone and played out. But he's still, I think, probably able to put together an actual bit. We're actually going to watch his stand-up material later after this. But he seems like a funnier person.
And one of them cock rings that vibrate, crazy. Or if she got birth control, raw dog that hoe.
I love that you're so romantic.
I'm very romantic.
Actually, he's very romantic.
I need a mop. Are you into bushes? Do you like a little hair?
When you see that, because it's very organic, you want to actually, the purpose of it, of course, is to leave a scent, and you can know where.
Vaginal hair is really like a flavor saver.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
You guys met during the pandemic.
During the pandemic.
Absolutely.
Where did you meet him? At a urgent care? Getting tested? Oh, an issue.
An issue. No.
A little burning.
Doesn't he look a little bit like doesn't he look a little bit like Brendan's brother, like Jay? No? Or am I being a little bit crazy here? Doesn't he look a little bit like Jay? There's something about him. Maybe it's just the dark hair and the fucking face, but he looks a little bit like Jay. Tiny bit.
Maybe. Very rare that you see people in relationships now, and I find it inspiring.
Honestly, I think people need to be transparent, communicate about everything, even the uncomfortable stuff.
Like what happens if you shit a little when it...
You're crazy. You might be crazy. You might be a little bit crazy.
Today, I spoke to a lot of people, and forget about a COVID vaccine. After speaking to some of these people, I think I need a vaccine of penicillin. But I've learned so much about people's sex lives, what got them going, and how they feel about getting back out there and getting back on the horse.
Who booked this person for Brendan? Do you think Brendan saw this content himself? Was it the Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, La Jolla, COVINA? They recommended him to him. This is an interesting one. How the fuck did he get him involved? Okay, let's see his stand-up material. This is from 11 months ago. Okay, so he loves talking about sex, doesn't he? Sex dungeons. Okay, cool. Let's see this one. Let's see if he's funnier here. Nicky Paris crowd work, sex dungeons. Let's see this. Come on, Nicky. Please, Nicky, please.
Do you guys keep the mask on when you finger each other or something? How did you girls meet? Online, and what was the opening line that she said? Tell us the story.
She said on my face.
Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. So now we know how monkeypox started. No, I'm totally... Did you go to an Applebee's first? Did you just... Oh, is this you from Hinge? Put your on my nostrils. Is that... Where did she sit on your face for the first time?
A dungeon.
So you sat on her face in a dungeon. Very Hunchback of Notre Dame in a lot of ways. Try topping that story. Boring. You said love is what keeps us together. Was anyone else hoping he would say anal beads or something like that?
I'm not gonna lie, I think Brendan Shaw's funnier. Kill me, but I think Brendan Schaub's funny. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking hell, mate. These guys get paid to do this shit. God almighty. Okay, next one. Connecting to strangers. Fuck me, Nicky Paris. Come on, brother. Give us something. Give us something, bro. Give us something.
Whenever you find out I'm from Staten Island, like, oh my god, do you do heroin? I'm like, you think I'm skinny enough to do heroin? Thank you so much. This guy said bing bong. What are you, a fucking robot? What's the deal with this guy? And the USO, what did you just get off of work at Modell's? Where the fuck did you just come from? Sir, you look like Rocky with diabetes. Thank you for being here tonight. I love that laugh, and I loved you in Hocus Pocus. Anyway, thank you, sir. I'm gay.
One thing for sure, if the next episode back, like, what's the next? I think they record on Tuesdays, right? The THICCC. The next THICCC that comes out, if you hear Brendan being overly ramping up the gay humor, ramping up the sexual jokes on THICCC, you'll know he spent a lot of time with Nicky Paris over the weekend at Covina. If you watch, because you know Brendan's a fucking human parrot, right? So if you hear him start saying loads of really gay jokes, really ramping up the sexual humor on THICCC, you know he spent a lot of time with him. And you maybe even recognize some jokes that he might have heard from him over the weekend. Watch, just watch. I know it's going to happen. Okay, another one here. 1.2 thousand views from 7 months ago. NYC Marathon, put your medals away. Let's see what this is about.
Who ran in the marathon, or walked in the marathon, or walked today with the medal on? You know who you are. Do you see these people? Thank you for wearing. The race is over, okay? You did a great job. The marathon, there is no need. It is now Tuesday, Monday, whatever day it is. Let us see you with the Cheesecake Factory bag. Let us see the real you. Who ran in the marathon, or walked?
That was decent. That might have been my favorite bit. I don't get me. I didn't laugh, you know. I don't know. I laughed in my head, but that might have been my favorite bit so far. This NYC Marathon bit was pretty decent. Maybe, I don't know. What's the poll saying so far? What's the poll saying? Is Nicky Paris funnier than Brendan? 42% said yes, 33% said no so far. 24 asked Jay you don't want to be involved. I don't know. This NYC Marathon thing was okay, but God Almighty, man. This is why sometimes I can understand why Brendan's so arrogant. I get it, man. Because if this guy's meant to be opening for him, this guy's meant to be like lower on a totem pole than him. I get why. I get why people like have the arrogance they have about their comedy material, because by and large there must be so much shit out there. There must be so many people who are legitimately wasting their time. Like, think of the grown adults who are going to do open mics and stuff, writing material, wasting their time, wasting their money in fucking gas, whatever, paying for babysitters to go and do material somewhere, and they're garbage. You know? They're garbage. It must be so common. Like, they're horrible at what they do. So I understand why Brendan's a little bit arrogant about how he does it, because, you know, at least he has some evidence to show that he's good, because he had a special, you know, he's terrible, don't get me wrong, but he had a special out there and stuff. Yeah, big up Abe Martins, appreciate you.
Thank you for the constant entertainment at work.
Yeah, I appreciate you. That's always my goal. I appreciate you for tuning in. My goal is always to be the #1 in the background live stream to listen to when you're at work, because that's what I would have loved when I was working fucking in warehouses and at retail and stuff, have something that I can listen to in one ear and just be doing my work and be continuing. I love that shit. So big up Abe Martins. I appreciate you, mate. That is the biggest compliment I could receive. But yeah, okay, another one. Comedian gets rejected by a prostitute. Where did Brendan find this guy? Or I think the Laugh Factory gave it to him, because I think he might be Laugh Factory branded or something, right? Where did they find this person?
I love performing here. I love the Tropicana. The last time I was here, a prostitute tried to pick me up in the pool here. She was going up to all the men. She got to me. She's like, "What are you looking for?" I'm like, "Someone with a dick." And she swam away, and I never saw her again. I was about to compliment her mullet and C-section scar. I was ready. I love performing here.
What? So what's the joke? That it was a prostitute and that she didn't know he was gay. What was the joke there? I don't get it. That she had a mullet. Huh? Why are people in the audience laughing? Do you think they're laughing because they're drinking or something? Why are they laughing at that? Or is it because of the way he's saying? You know what he does similar to Brendan? He does a thing similar to Brendan where he tries to say things in a funny way. Right? Like, that's how he does his comedy. Like, saying things in a funny, comedic way, pulling a face or, you know, acting effeminate. That is meant to be the funny thing, as opposed to just being a funny joke. I don't know what the joke there. I don't know what the punchline is, that one. She had a mullet and a C-section. Okay. Stuck under a bridge 4 hours. For 4 hours. Okay, let's see this one. This is a minute long, nearly. Let's see this bit. I think Brendan's better than this guy. I'm going to die.
I'm in a very bad mood today because last night I got stuck. I was trapped on a highway for 4 hours. Just some guy tried to jump off a bridge last night, and I was underneath the bridge for 4 hours. 4 hours, there wasn't a breeze to help make the decision. There wasn't a north wind coming in from I don't know where. I should take these off their face. Sometimes I smoke weed and I don't want people to see my eyes, so I think I'm like Clark Kent's lesbian sister, Giselle Kent. He didn't kill himself, that's obviously horrible. But if he didn't kill himself and he got down, what is he doing today? Because my day was ruined. If I find out he's at Denny's getting a grand slam, no, I want to talk to the LAPD. And I was like, am I a bad person? You know, I want to like talk this person off the bridge, and I have a very annoying voice, so I'm like, maybe that's not going to help. Maybe I get out of the car like, hey, babe.
I'm gonna have to start doing stand-up. If this guy's getting paid to do this shit full time, if he pays his fucking rent and his car note doing stand-up this bad, I'm gonna have to start writing some jokes. He said when he puts his glasses on, he feels like Clark Kent's lesbian cousin, Giselle Kent. ¿Qué cosa? What the fuck's that meant to mean? How's that? What's the funny bit in that? Clark Kent's lesbian cousin, Giselle. What? Because lesbians wear glasses? Like, I don't even understand why that's funny. How is that meant to be funny? Like, huh? Yo, Brendan's funnier than this guy. I don't care what you guys say in the chat. Brendan's funnier than this guy. This dude fucking stinks. Comedian's mum wants him to bag bitches. Okay, this is the last one. I'm gonna move on. I don't want to fucking bore you guys to death with this guy, but Nicky Paris, man, you're not doing yourself any favors, bro. I think Bappa might be better than you.
The night that I came out, my mom came into my room hysterical crying, and she was like, Nicholas, don't you think that you could try being with girls for me? Like, can you imagine me after 17 lemon drop martinis about to plow some like, do you really want to do this? I'm like, no, but my mom really wants me to.
No, come on, Teju, man. Bappa's definitely better than this. Brendan's better than this. Come on, man. Brendan's better. Brendan's fucking better than this. I don't care. Brendan's fucking better than this guy. Brendan should stand up. You guys are putting your brother muddying Brendan's name. Brendan's better than Nicky Paris. I know I sound like a fucking psycho for saying this. I know it. Don't worry. Has you got any stand-up clips we can just check out? Or is it all just Growing Up Happy shit? Is there no clips of his? Yeah, see there's clips, right? Cool. There we go. Look. He's funnier. Watch. Look at this one. Look at this one. This is the best of Brendan Schaub. Let's see this one. Volume 1.
Showtime! World Star! The fucking fiesta! Cabron, no, cabron, puto! Puto? Talk shit to me in Spanish? I struggle with English at times. What? Fajitas every Wednesday? Fuck yeah! Huevos rancheros. Carne asada. Pico de gallo. Chili, bean cheese. I need a fucking tater tot once a week. Maybe Brendan's not trying to shit his pants tonight. How about that?
Bean cheese. I don't care. He's better. Brendan's better. Bean cheese. Brendan's better. I don't care what you guys say. Brendan Schaub is better. Oh, bean cheese. Imagine going to a comedy. Imagine how much is that Laugh Factory place anyway? Laugh Factory Covina. How much is that fucking shit, man? Because some of you people out there, imagine, right? Going to the fucking Laugh Factory Covina and paying $30 to see Brendan being opened by fucking Nicky Paris. Can you imagine how horrible that must be of an experience? $30 of your own hard-earned money to go see Brendan Schaub with Nicky fucking Paris. No, thank you. Let's scroll down here. Let's see. Look at that lineup. Who the fuck are these people? Jerry Garcia, Renee Vaca, Jamie Kennedy. Oh, Brendan's guy, Jeff Dye. The only guy here who's worth the money would be Adam Ray. I'll definitely fucking, pay money to see Adam. Also, why is Adam Ray's fucking tickets $5 cheaper and he's like 10 times funnier? Please, someone tell me how that makes sense. How can he be $25, but Brendan's tickets start at $30? How does that make sense? How? Adam Ray's like 1,000,000 times funnier than fucking Brendan. That's ridiculous. Yo. $30 to see this guy perform with Nicky Paris opening. Can you imagine? Let's see the tickets here. Oh my God. Look at this. Everything's available. $40 for a VIP ticket. What does VIP even get you? What do? You get to sit nearer to the fucking audience. What does that get you? Friday tickets. Let's see. Oh my God. Yo, big up Fizzy Water. Appreciate the super chat, my friend.
I'm paying $5 for that thing, Oz. Coffin.
Yeah, don't lie though. Don't lie. Don't you big up Fizzy Water, but don't lie. Brendan's better though. Come on, that little clip I showed you of his Gringo Pappy shit, that stuff's better. Don't lie. You know it's better. You know it. Oh my God, man. You fucking know it. I know you do. That's fucking awesome. What is it? What does this VIP tickets give you? Oh, it's VIP booths. $50. Can you imagine spending $50 on these freaks? 50. God almighty, man. That is insane. You have to be a real fan, a real fucking fan to spend fucking $50 on these freaks. $50. Okay, one day sold out at least. One tier, 9:30 Golden Circle is sold out, but the rest of them are all available. Every ticket available. God almighty, mate. Fucking hell, that's brutal. But yeah, if you're eager to check him out, then you know where to check out his stuff. There is Nicky Paris's Twitter and Instagram. You can follow him if you want to. His Twitter is @NickyParisBitch. Nice. So yeah, him and Brendan together. Lovely, lovely, jubbly. Let's see how that rolls. And we'll hear Brendan's review on the next episode of THICCC. Either he'll trash him or pretend like it was a great experience. So we'll wait and see what happens there. We have to wait and see what happens there. And then I think I wanted to end it with maybe some Chin Su Yi content, actually. Let's see what Chin's been up to. because I haven't peeped him in a long time. Oh wow, yes, Chin Su Yi. We got some fresh new Chin Su Yi content here. Let's see what's the vibe. He's got a mukbang actually. Chin's got a mukbang here with Korean food. Last time I checked out Chin's Korean food, he made a ridiculously depressing burrito at home with some fucking tinned meats and shit. It looked like it was dog food and stuff. Like, it looked awful. It looked incredibly sad and lonely, like he's calling out for a fucking girlfriend. So let's see what he does this time around. Big up Chin. Let's see what he's doing here. There he is there, Chin. I think I'll save the other ones for another stream because there's loads of others I need to check out also here, but we'll check out the other ones another time. But let's check out this one. My first 7-Eleven mukbang in Korea. Because the 7-Elevens over there are meant to be really good, right? They're always featured in fucking food vloggers and stuff. So let's see what we're saying here. Rodeo, can we get some singing? No, I hope he doesn't. Hope he doesn't start off singing. Hope he doesn't start off singing. Like, welcome back to my channel. Like, hope he doesn't do all that shit. Please don't. Please, I beg of you, Chin. Just review the food and keep it moving, brother. Please.
What's up? It's Chin Su Yi here in my Airbnb in Seoul, South Korea. I'm here with my parents. I took them here because I had a week off for the first time in 7 years, or 7 or 8 years.
Jesus Christ. The most important person in Thick Boy organization. Say, okay, let me end the poll as well, by the way, because I think it does, so I can let you guys see the chat and stuff. What was the final result here? The final result was most of you think, yeah, okay, most of you agree with me that Nicky Paris is funnier than Brendan. Did I say he's funnier? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But yeah, Chin, the first vacation in 7 to 8 years is insane considering how important he is. If anything, if I'm Brendan, I would actually want Chin to go away more often so he can come back refreshed and inspired. He can maybe, I don't know, he tried out some new techniques of filming. He's been watching some stuff. I don't know, whatever, right? Whatever. That's what I would do if I was a boss. I mean, I'd want him to feel like, you know, motivated to come into work and not just see it as a slog, because I need him, because I'm Brendan and I can't upload videos, I can't shoot, I can't do anything. So I need this guy to be really on it. So to give him a vacation for only like a week, which is less than a week really, because it takes 2 days to fucking, you know, you take a day each way to kind of go back for career, is fucking bizarre. But hey,
Since I've been with Fighter and the Kid and all the other shows. I filmed a bunch of stuff in Korea, but this will be the mukbang version. I see a bunch of YouTubers do these mukbang videos of 7-Elevens and like different convenience stores in Korea, so I figured I'd do the same thing, but mine's gonna be much more lame. I saw these two items, this here. It's just like a meat stick, but it looks good. I have no idea what's in it and what it tastes like, obviously. And I got this over here, bam, because I've seen a lot of convenience store, 7-Eleven.
He probably did this because he had no time. That's a sad thing about this. He probably had no time. He probably had to rush to meet family and whatever else, friends, that he had actually no time to actually do the things he wanted to do, like mukbangs and stuff. So the only time he had available, he quickly dipped around the corner and grabbed the first things he saw. Because this is pretty pathetic. If you go all the way to South Korea, you got like 2 fucking sausages as a mukbang in your home country. He didn't even have enough time.
Videos about these like sausage things, sausagey on a stick kind of things. And then I probably got the worst thing you could ever get for a 7-Eleven convenience store mukbang, and it's this. I'm pretty sure they're just boiled eggs, 2 boiled eggs. But I also got kas, Korean beer.
Oh, it looks like urine, isn't it? It looks a bit like piss, to be fair.
And you best believe I got that chamisu soju.
Yeah, soju looks fucking banging.
Tornado.
Badass. Chin's one of those guys, isn't it? Look at it. It makes him a real badass the way he did that. That's him on the first date. You know, that's him on the first date. Imagine you're on the first date with him, sitting across from him. So what do you do? Oh, okay. Have you drunk this before? I don't know if you had to drink these sort of things. How do you drink them? Don't worry, babe. I got this. I got this.
And you best believe I got that Chamisu soju. Tornado. Cheers.
Baddie. Look at him taking that soju straight to the face. Go on.
Cheers to chase it.
But I have heard from people in the know that South Koreans are pretty decent drinkers. Like they can fucking hold their liquor. Like they drink, you know, soju and beers back to back to back to back to back. They go crazy with that shit. So maybe this is you know, this is the real shit.
Now let's warm these things up. And then another thing I got here that I love is this shrimp chips, but these are spicy ones. These are incredible. All warmed up, and once again, all I have is this sausage on a stick and this other meat.
To be chin, man. To be chin. I'm just imagining the optics of this, right? I imagine Asian people are probably similar to black people in that way. For him to run away, like he has to explain this to his family, that he's leaving them to go back to his room to film a video about these little sausages he bought in the 7-Eleven. You know, like without his friends, nothing. He just has to sit in his. I mean, like that's gonna be a hard thing to fucking explain to your family when you're away visiting them. It's gonna be difficult to get out of that room. Like, how do you explain to your family that you're going back to your room to film some video with some fucking sausages that you bought from the 7-Eleven store? Oh, bless Chin, man. Honestly, bless the guy, man. But he deserves way more than what he's getting, man. Fucking hell.
Meat stick, which I have no idea what it is. I'll let you guys know how it tastes. I got the ridiculous boiled eggs and then these shrimp chips. I will give you my best honest review. And oh, I forgot to mention, this is a Chilsung cider. We call it cider, and it was one of my favorite drinks when we visited.
Is that cider or is that a lemonade? That looks really cool.
Korea when I was in my early, I think my early 20s.
What is it though? Is it cider or is it
So
a lemonade?
thank goodness they have a zero.
That's really cool. If that's a cider, that looks delish.
Version of it now, as in zero sugar. Here they are. You see them? But let's crack these eggs first. You know what? I'm gonna do one egg because I don't want to eat.
Coiler says it's Sprite. Why is it called cider if it's Sprite then? Am I being redacted by saying that? It looks like Sprite to me, but I don't know. I didn't want to be redacted. I didn't want you know, like Henry Poet says, play Matt Rife's new crowd work special next. Nah, not doing that again, mate. Last time I tried to play Matt Rife's content, my channel nearly got nuked. Not having that again the slightest. I'm not playing around with Matt Rife, man. His team doesn't fuck around.
Hard-boiled eggs for this. Oh shoot, dang it. And that right here is the finished product. And there's still some shell left on my fingertips, I think. Gosh dang it. Don't even look at this, but you will. There's all the
Whose man's is this? Whose man's is this? Who? Fucking hell.
all these shells on the freaking meat sticks. I gotta clean that up. I'm gonna need to finish this now.
That's a fucking drowning. That's a drown your sorrows gulp, innit? Look at that. That's a fucking drown your sorrows gulp. He's every fucking drop lit. He's not wasting a single drop of that suju, mate. That's going straight in the fucking gullet. That's a drowning your sorrows. Every fucking drop needs to be drunk on that one. Fucking hell, he's down bad. Yeah, right, innit? He's down real bad. Oh, this is depressing. I'm not gonna lie, man. This is kind of depressing. I feel for the guy. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel for him. He deserves like a good group of friends, a little baddie on the side. You know what I mean? And instead he's working fucking 70 million hours for Brendan, who's confusing him for Japanese every single time. Like, it's like, God almighty, man. Yeah, it's exactly Z. If he had a partner, they'd force him to go on a long vacation. Exactly. The partner wouldn't accept to go. Imagine going to Southeast Asia, to fucking South Korea for 5 days only. The trip over there takes about 14 hours. The same probably coming back. So you're essentially, if you take 5 days, you're going to be there for free. But I think he took 7, so he was there for 5. That's not enough time to spend time with your family, to meet your friends, to do shit. Like, it's just not enough time. That's probably why this mukbang is so shit. Because the little time he had available, he had to quickly grab shit for what he just saw available on the way there. He didn't have time to like go to vending machines. He didn't have time to go to like little hole in the walls. He didn't have a time to go to places that he maybe grew up eating at when he was younger or whatnot. Zero. Something he might have saw on Instagram. He had no time. He had to rush back and film fucking firing the kid. Fucking no, he deserves way more than this, man. That's why it's important in life to really know your worth. It's important because I think in his position, he's actually got leverage. Because if he walks away, that whole THICCC Thick Boy production place implodes. Because he's the one-man army that keeps it all running. Even that producer Nick guy, he looks like, you know, he looks like the kind of guy, like if he was selling a brick of coke, he might be taking a few dabs himself. Do you know what I mean? He looks like somebody that samples his own products. He doesn't look like the most reliable person in the world. Like Chin's actually, for the most part, doesn't really have many vices, lives to work, works to live. He actually should be getting looked after more. But he doesn't know his value. He's there thanking fucking Master Brendan for giving him time off. Thank you, guy. Thank you for letting me go. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, oh, yeah.
Okay, first, the sausage. This sucker right here. Let's give it a shot.
Hey, yo, pause.
You heard the snap, right?
When he snapped that, do you see his eyes go together when he snapped that? That did something to his fucking to his insides. His eyes went like that when he bit into it, no? Or am I bugging? that hit a spot, innit? That brought back some memories.
You heard the snap, right? I honestly thought this would be so much saltier, but it's actually pretty balanced. It's actually not that salty, which I'm shocked by, especially since it's from a convenience store like 7-Eleven. Let me take one more bite.
We know, don't we? We know.
You heard that, right? All right. I'm sold on these. I showed you the picture of them.
Glizzy gobbler, mate. He's fucking loving these glizzies, isn't it?
You should definitely get these. These are awesome. Now let's try this. I'm amazed. What's crazy is like, I thought all these would be, or not all these two, just this and this, would be super salty, but they're not. They're actually really well balanced. Nothing's overpowering, mild. The fact that these two things that are obviously preserved meats are not salty is crazy to me, but it's awesome as well. There's just enough salt and just enough savoriness. It just makes it so good. Oh my gosh, I'm super surprised. And typically, I eat salty foods.
Man bought 2 sausages and a couple of eggs. Honestly, man, these 7-Elevens, there's entire channels dedicated to 7-Elevens in South Korea. Vending machines and all that sort of shit. Super like interesting shit if you're into that sort of stuff. And this guy got 2 sausages on a stick and a couple of boiled eggs. That's just his personality, isn't it? Like, he managed to make a country with some of the most interesting cuisine and snack culture ever, look ridiculously boring.
With a boiled egg or a fried egg because it just balances it out.
Same thing.
These two, it doesn't even need this boiled egg that I bought for this, but let's try this boiled egg out. I have to be honest though. I have to be honest. This particular boiled egg reminds me, especially with the yolk, it reminds me of every single boiled egg I've ever had in my life. So that was a marketing thing. And I saw a bunch of them, a bunch of different ones, but with different like writing, different marketing things. But I'm pretty sure they're the same. They're just boiled eggs.
So why'd you get it then? Why'd you go into a 7-Eleven in fucking South Korea and buy boiled eggs if you knew they were going to be the same as any other boiled egg?
You know? But boiled eggs, always good. All right, that's it, y'all. I'm gonna chase it all down with the cider. My bad. I forgot the shrimp chips. I'm telling you, they're so tasty and spicy, but not spicy to where you can't eat a bunch of them. I will finish this entire bag, no problem. And that's why I'm gonna get fat in Korea. Thank you for joining me.
I don't know, man. He bums me out watching this stuff. I'm not gonna lie, it bums me out, man. This guy's like what, in his 40s or something, isn't it? Like fucking hell, man. This guy bums me out, man. So sad. Like I don't know. I don't know if he's like on the spectrum or if maybe his personality just doesn't, you know, really lend itself to having friends anyway. Maybe his work. I don't know. It's just an interesting person. I find him very interesting. But he just bums me out. I'm not going to lie. He bums me out. Watching his content fucking bums me out. Like, Jesus Christ, Chin. Like, fucking hell. Anyway, what can you do? I'm going to leave it there, my friends. It's been 4 hours. Thank you so much for tuning in as per usual. It's been a pleasure to have the company of all of you. Oh, if it's the first time, check out the show. You know what to do live stream wise. Make sure you smash that like button for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. I'm probably going to do another one later on, maybe in a weekend, sorry. There'll probably be a live stream for the UFC happening. So if you're around for that and you want to watch that, then come back afterwards for that UFC live stream thing when that eventually does happen. I'm not really too sure when. I think it's on like a Sunday or Saturday or something, but it's happening soon. So tune in for that. That's going to be happening. But apart from that, man, I can't really, nothing more to say really on my end. It's been a fun one, been a while. Thank you for tuning in as per usual. Everybody in the stream chat, I appreciate you all. Big up Rodeo, my guy. Big up Charles. Big up P09 Bala. Crash 984 as per usual. Big up you. Big up Coiler. Big up Sarah Lux. Big up Le Portamain. Big up Natasha. Big up Uche. Raphael Quinta. Who else is here? Cloud K20. Z, I appreciate you too. Xian Jen, I appreciate you too. Josiane Jan, probably. Jesse L, appreciate you. Too many names to mention. Too many names to mention here. But who else is here? Jacob Miller. Vagabond was here earlier. I appreciate you. Robert Henry Poet was here earlier too. I appreciate you too. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Bit of blast as per usual. Timestamps later on, clips later on. Keep an eye out for that, and there'll be another Agostinho Zinger show obviously uploading after the fact as well, so keep an eye out for that as well. But yeah, until next time, my friends, it's been a pleasure, never a chore as per usual. We're gonna head out with some nice old copyright free country music, and then we're gonna head out, innit? So peace out to everybody. Appreciate everybody. What's that? Everyone but comedy enforcement. Everybody but the comedy. Everyone hates that guy so much. Everybody but the comedy enforcement night. Hope you have a good one. Oh, you're too much. But anyway, big up comedy enforcement. If you're watching this, we don't hate you, but you gotta get to the point, man. You can't be waffling the way that I waffle and just be making those kind of videos. Come on, brother. But anyway, regardless, who knows? We don't know what we're talking about. We're nobodies. Don't listen to us. You're smashing it. So anyway, peace out. Enjoy your days. See all you guys again very soon. Take care. Be safe wherever you may be. And I'll see you all again very, very soon.